Stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Evan Obert, E-V-A-N, last name Obert, O-B-E-R-T.
What is your occupation?
Corporal with the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
7.5 years.
Could you describe your prior educational background?
Bachelor's degree from Luther College, and then I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2016.
Is that when you began your formal career with the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Could you describe for us the different capacities that you've served the department over the course of your 7-year career?
I completed the FTO program and was assigned to night shift for approximately 2.5 years. And then I was promoted to the Detective Bureau, where I was in that unit in the Special Victims Unit for 3.5 years. I was promoted to Corporal in August of last year. As part of that process, I was moved to afternoon shift patrol. I've been there since, and then was reassigned to the Detective Bureau for this trial preparation of this case.
All right. Detective Obert, were you involved in the investigation of the report involving a little girl by the name of Breasia Terrell who was reported missing on July 10th of 2020?
I was.
Okay. Were you the lead detective for this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now that being said, before we talk about your involvement in the investigation, what I want to do is I want to do just a little cleanup. There are some items of exhibits that we needed to introduce, and so I'm going to take care of that now, and then we'll start talking about your role in this investigation. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I've previously provided counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-2. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-2. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-2?
I do.
How do you recognize this exhibit?
It was a search warrant that I drafted and had signed by a judge for the maroon Chevrolet Impala that's registered to Andrea Culberson. Purpose of the search warrant was to collect mud that was on the undercarriage of the vehicle, along with dusting for lane prints on the outside of the Impala.
Now, Detective Obert, throughout the course of this investigation, were there a number of search warrants that were applied for and presented to the court for approval?
There was.
Do you have any idea the total number of search warrants that had been applied for and approved for execution in the course of this investigation? And if you're not sure, that's fine.
An approximate would be 20.
Okay. At any rate, were you the author of this particular search warrant?
I was.
Was this one of several search warrants that were approved for the Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Okay. And then just for purposes of perspective, with each search warrant that was applied for relative to the maroon Chevy Impala, as information was coming in from various witness statements or officers were making various observations about the condition of the vehicle, would that then form the parameter for any given search warrant that was applied for?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date of this search warrant?
July 20th of 2020.
Does your signature appear on the application for search warrant?
It is.
Did you present it to a magistrate for review?
Yes.
And then was there a search warrant that was signed off by a magistrate authorizing this search?
Yes.
Okay. And then what date did a magistrate sign off on the search warrant?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. We are interested in only very limited information. With the application for search warrant, did you include an attachment A that basically set forth a probable cause statement in support of your request to be able to collect the items of evidence that you've identified?
Yes.
Okay. Within the context of the probable cause statement that was set forth, was there any information included within that attachment A of observations made by Detective Tharp when she had responded to the evidence bay with civilian crime scene technician and odors that she had noted when they opened the trunk?
There is a line in the affidavit about a detective opening the trunk and get the smell bleach.
Okay, thank you. Let's set that aside then, and let me go ahead and take that exhibit from you. The next matter that I would like to address before we talk about your involvement in this investigation involves laboratory reports generated by FBI analysts out at Quantico. Was the FBI involved in this particular investigation?
Yes.
Were there a number of items of evidence that were seized that were turned over to the FBI for submission to the FBI laboratory in Quantico?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, yesterday we had testimony from FBI analyst Linda Otterstatter, who did a trace evidence analysis, and then also from analyst Tiffany Smith, who did DNA. There were a few items of evidence that were submitted that did not give us location information. So we're just going to address that issue if we could. Have we gone through the process of preparing basically an exhibit that sets forth location information for items in their laboratory report that didn't give us an idea of where they came from?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I previously provided counsel, States Exhibit 152. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you States Exhibit 152. Do you recognize States Exhibit 152?
I do.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 152?
It is a printout of different items that were tested by the FBI lab and as properly associated DPD items, FBI items, and then lab number items.
Okay. And then is there more specific location information so that we understand where those items were seized from during the course of the investigation?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 152.
No objection.
Exhibit 152 will be admitted.
And then, Your Honor, may I publish this so that we can get this information into our record?
You may.
Okay. Okay. How many items are we talking about here on this exhibit?
8.
8? Okay. All right. How is that document captioned at the top?
Location information for items of evidence set forth in FBI laboratory reports of analyst Tiffany Smith and Linda Otterstatter, which do not have location information associated with them, I think is what it's supposed to say.
Okay. All right. Now, number 1. What is item number 1?
Laboratory item 35.
And to be clear, is that the item or the number the laboratory would have attached to an item of evidence when it came in?
That is correct.
What is their laboratory item 35?
Shirt from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay. And our DPT evidence item number would be what?
437.
And then to be clear, during the course of the investigation, had Aisha Langford dropped off a bag of clothing at the apartment for the children?
That is correct.
Okay. And was that clothing provided to the Davenport Police Department in the course of the investigation? And then when we received it, did we actually receive the original bag and another plastic bag that had the clothing that went into evidence?
We received the bag and the clothing, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now let's go to our number 2. What is item number 2?
Laboratory item number 36.
Okay? And what Davenport Police Department item number would that be?
430.
Okay? What is the physical piece of evidence and then the location where that item came from?
Bra from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay? Take us to number 3.
Laboratory item number 37.
Okay? The Davenport Police Department item number,
435.
what is that item?
Underwear from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Our next item,
Laboratory item 38.
what is that item?
431.
For the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And then what is the item of evidence?
Washcloth from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay? Our next item,
Laboratory item 48.
and then does our laboratory item number 48 have an associated exhibit with it?
The laboratory item 48-1, the sheath
Okay.
from the machete.
And then what was the Davenport Police Department item number for the machete?
Davenport Police Department item number was 457.
Where was that machete and sheath seized from?
The apartment of Andrea Culberson's.
All right, and then there were photographs that had been introduced through, okay, through one of our civilian crime scene technicians that had responded to that address, showing a sheath with the sleeve over it underneath the mattress but on top of the box springs. Is that where this item came from?
Yes.
Okay, so then essentially how many machetes do we have in play?
2.
And the location for the second machete would have been where?
743 Schmidt Road, the defendant's motorhome.
And then what is our next item?
Laboratory item 54.
What is the Davenport Police Department evidence item number?
Is this Davenport Police item number 32.
Now, the description on the lab reports stated shirt from Henry Dinkins. Did you provide information so that we know specifically which shirt we're talking about?
Yes.
And which shirt would this be?
It'd be the shirt that the defendant was wearing when he came to the police station on July 10th.
Okay. Would that have been around noon when he was interviewed?
Yes.
And then finally, our last item, what is that?
Laboratory item 55.
What is the descriptor for it?
Shirt from plastic bag
What's our Davenport Police item number?
24.
And then when it says shirt from plastic bag, is there a further descriptor so we understand its association to items of evidence that were seized?
It's a child's shirt contained in the plastic bag. There's an MJ logo on it.
Okay.
Emblem.
All right. Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020?
I was.
What day of the week was that, if you recall?
That was a Friday.
All right. Did you become aware of a report being placed by Aisha Langford at 8:29 a.m. that morning to our communications specialist, Mona Varelli, that Breasia was missing?
I do.
Okay. At what point in time did you become aware of that call having been made?
When we were advised by Sergeant Pfeiffer of the call, and we started being en route at around 10:45, 10:50-ish.
Okay. Now, what was the dynamic of the investigation that prompted the Detective Bureau to go out to the apartment complex?
Officer Burkle was the first one on scene. He gathered information from the people that were on scene. He made the determination to reach out to his sergeant, which then in turn led to the sergeant of the Special Victims Unit to be notified. Reference 10-year-old girl that has been missing for an unknown amount of time. And our objective up there was to canvass the area, see if anyone has seen her, or recover any video footage that could potentially show the Breasia's whereabouts.
Certainly. Now, with you having been on the department for a period of time, have you taken calls or responded to calls where parents or caretakers have contacted law enforcement and indicated that they can't find their child?
Yes.
Okay. And in the circumstances where you've responded to those types of calls, describe how that typically plays out.
When we get there, speak to the person reporting the missing child, gather history of that child, if there's a history of them running away, or potentially other people that they could be with, friends, other family members, and establish that sort of better knowledge or understanding of the person that's gone missing. Or
Okay. And typically is that child found fairly quickly?
depending on the history of the child, if it's a younger child that maybe 2 or 3, we've had several where they've wandered off and we're able to find them fairly quickly with the assistance from neighbors. And then if it's a child that has history of running away, it may be days before they're encountered again.
Certainly. Did this particular case have a different feel from prior calls that you've handled?
One of the things that stuck out initially was the report by the defendant and Aisha, the mother, was that this child has never ran away before, and the fact that this was her first time spending the night at this residence.
Okay. What is significant about this being the first time Breasia had ever stayed out at the Jersey Meadow apartment complex?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What's significant about that, the fact that this would have been her first times to be out at that apartment complex?
Unfamiliar with the area or anyone that would be living around there, so the likelihood of her wandering off is, I'd argue, slightly diminished.
Certainly. So then when you arrived, along with other members of the Detective Bureau, describe what was developing out there at the apartment complex.
Statements were being gathered by Andrea Culberson. DL was also there. Other people were doing just canvas searches of the area, being that it's near some other residential places, and then knocking on doors of apartments, trying to speak with others, and then also video camera footage. Unfortunately, that entire apartment complex did not have surveillance cameras.
Sure. And then was Aisha Langford also a subject that law enforcement was speaking to out there at the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about this. When you're out in the field and there are individuals who have been identified as witnesses, are the interviews in the field extensive like they would be once individuals are brought into the police department to be interviewed?
Field interviews do not gather as much information as say an interview down at the police station. Just that it's a controlled environment. We can have a private conversation without anyone else listening, or have to just worry about other people interrupting while we're talking to individuals and gathering information.
And just as a matter of standard procedure, is it common practice that once a field interview has been done, individuals will be brought down to the Davenport Police Department where an interview can be conducted in a more controlled environment?
That is a common practice, yes.
And was that a practice that was followed in this particular instance?
It was.
Okay. Now, were you involved in either knocking on doors or doing canvasses that morning?
Not that morning, no.
Okay. At some point in time, were you redirected from that location?
Yes.
Okay, explain.
I was standing next to Aisha Langford, just gathering some initial information, and she received there was a phone call between her and the defendant. She asked where he was, and while standing there observing the conversation, she questioned about him being in the area of downtown. And that's when I asked for her to ask if we could meet him somewhere down there in that area. He responded that he'd come back up to the scene. And then just for time and convenience sake, I offered the suggestion of the Davenport Police Station since he was already downtown, and that someone can meet with him quicker and get information.
When you had that conversation with Mr. Dinkins, how did he respond to that?
when he had that conversation with Aisha on the phone, it sounded like he agreed to meet down there.
Okay, and then, so let me clarify this. Was this suggestions that you were making to Aisha that she then communicated to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay, so you never had any direct conversation with Mr. Dinkins?
That is correct.
Okay. Throughout the time that you were out there at the apartment complex, was Mr. Dinkins ever on scene?
No.
Okay. And had there been discussions with Officer Burkle about Mr. Dinkins having left the scene after that initial point of contact?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of Officer Burkle trying to contact Mr. Dinkins multiple times by telephone and not being able to connect with him?
I vaguely remember there was at least some sort of reach out to him about trying to get a hold of him again.
Okay. What happened next?
I responded to the Davenport Police Station.
Okay. What time would you have gotten down to the Davenport Police Department?
It was shortly after the defendant arrived at the police station.
Okay. What time did Mr. Dinkins arrive at the Davenport Police Department?
12:01 p.m.
All right. Now, before we talk about your contact with him, there's another topic of conversation that I want to discuss with you. Who was the party that called to report the child missing?
Aisha Langford.
Who was the individual that the child had been in the care and control of?
The defendant.
Did Mr. Dinkins ever call the Davenport Police Department and report that child missing?
No.
Did you find that troubling?
That was one of the things that we'd wonder. Maybe he wanted to give Aisha the chance, but it definitely was something to consider.
Certainly. Is Mr. Dinkins present in the courtroom today?
He is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for our record?
He's wearing glasses and plaid shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification?
The records still reflect.
Okay. When you arrived at the Davenport Police Department, where was Mr. Dinkins located at?
In an interview room on the second floor of the police department.
Okay. Are these rooms where interviews are typically conducted for any individual, whether they be, a witness or even a potential suspect?
That is correct.
Okay. And so had Mr. Dinkins already been taken up to that interview room before you got there?
That is correct.
All right. Now, I want to set the stage for the sequence of events. Relative to interviews that were being conducted, who was the first individual to be interviewed at the Davenport Police Department that day?
The defendant.
All right. What time did his interview start?
I began speaking with him at approximately 12:11 p.m.
That being said, did Aisha Langford ever come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is correct.
Did DL ever come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is also correct.
Did Andrea Culberson come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is correct.
Who were you involved with as those individuals were responding? And actually, let me rephrase that question. Who was conducting, or who was the lead detective on the interview for Aisha Langford and DL?
Myself and Detective Hamas.
All right. Who started that interview process off first?
At the police station, it was myself.
Okay, with those two?
Yes.
And then when you started to speak with them, had you concluded your interview with Henry Dinkins?
That is correct.
All right. And then who would have been involved in the interview of Andrea Culberson?
That would have been done with Detective Ann Siebert.
Okay. Were those interviews then occurring at different points in time?
Yes.
And so with that being said, as each interview is occurring, is more information coming to law enforcement where you could put together the big picture?
That is, I'd agree with that, yes.
Okay. When you walked in to start your interview with Henry Dinkins, what information did you have for purposes of, setting up the construct of questions that you would be asking?
The most I had is that Andrea at some point in the night woke up and the defendant and Breasia were both missing from the apartment, and that was essentially it.
Okay, and then did you have any information about Henry Dinkins having come back to the apartment a short time later with Andrea having contact with him in the apartment and seeing Breasia standing out there on the passenger side of the maroon Chevy Impala?
That was not information provided until 4 days later.
Okay, so when you started your interview, you had very limited information?
Yes.
Okay, describe how that process started.
Gathered his information, and then some of the topics that we discussed was how he got down there, where was the Impala that was registered to Andrea Culberson, and then also gathering information about Breasia and the events that unfolded from when he picked her and DL up until he notices that she is missing.
Okay. When you say that you gathered personal information, what types of information are you? Certainly. Was there discussions with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Andrea Culberson?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, was there a discussion with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Andrea Culberson?
There was.
Okay. Did you have discussions with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Would there have been discussions about any familial relationship he had with one of her children?
Yes.
All right. And then through that process, you indicated that you'd asked him about a vehicle that he had been driving?
That is correct.
Okay. And why was that a topic of inquiry?
Being that he was gone for a certain amount of time, it was just something that we wanted to double check on, a potential place that Breasia could be.
Certainly. All right. So if Officer Burkle has arrived out at the apartment complex, generally what time of the morning would that have been?
When he first meets with Officer Burkle, that is at 8:55 a.m.
Okay. All right. And then so after Mr. Dinkins leaves that apartment complex, is his whereabouts essentially unknown until he arrives at the Davenport Police Department at noon?
There was some pings that we were able to get general locations, but that was sporadic.
Okay. And was that later on in the investigation?
That was prior to him showing up to the Davenport Police Department.
Okay, and then we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But at any rate, with the missing child, is it concerning that Mr. Dinkins was out moving about and officers had no idea where he was going or what it is that he was doing?
Yeah, I mean, we typically like to have people until we can gather all their information, and a lot of people will wait and be like, all right, do you need me? Can I head out? Can I do this or that? It was just the sudden leaving of the defendant that was concerning.
Certainly.
And the amount of time.
All right. Now, when you were speaking with Mr. Dinkins in the interview room, are the interview rooms set up with any type of video surveillance cameras?
They are.
Okay. Are these interviews recorded?
They are.
Did your contact with Mr. Dinkins, was it recorded?
It was.
And then was that interview preserved and placed on a disc?
It was.
Okay. We're going to play that, but what I want to do is I just want to generally touch on topics of conversations and what it is that we should be looking for. So you've had the conversation about relationships, correct?
That is correct.
Relative to the conversation about what vehicle he had come to the department driving, is there anything that we need to really focus on when you engage in that portion of the discussion?
His initial statements about where that vehicle is, and it's first told that someone else is out driving around, and then later in the interview it was advised that it was around the block.
Okay. Had there been a bolo put out for that vehicle?
Yes, it was relayed over radio traffic to for other officers to be aware of this maroon Impala that we need to locate.
And while you were in the interview room with Mr. Dinkins, were you notified that a patrol officer actually had located that maroon Chevy Impala?
That is correct.
Okay. Where had that maroon Chevy Impala been located relative to the address of the Davenport Police Department?
It would have been at 4th and Main, which is 1 block east of the police department.
And is there parking right there in front of the Davenport Police Department where an individual could park?
That is correct.
Okay. So was this portion of the conversation about that vehicle and information that he's giving to you something that became of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was this portion of the conversation about the vehicle and its location, was this a topic that became a subject of interest as you went through the interview?
It was.
Okay. And then from there, did you have any discussions with him about how it is that Breasia and DL were spending time with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did he talk with you about contact that he'd had with Aisha Langford relative to making arrangements for DL to stay with him?
That is correct.
Okay. And then were there discussions about activities the previous day when he'd picked the children up on July 9th?
There was.
All right. Did you have any discussions with him about what he had done after he picked the children up on July 9th?
Yes.
Okay. Did that include discussions of what occurred at the apartment once he returned to the apartment with DL and Breasia?
That is correct.
And then were there any discussions about sleeping arrangements?
There was.
All right. And then beyond that, did he talk with you just about the nature of the child or the nature of Breasia and whether or not she'd be a child to wander off?
He said she'd never, ever leave.
Okay.
Along those
And
words.
then throughout the interview, what is it that you wanted to be able to establish so that we understand this when we watch your conversations with him?
One of the most important parts I was trying to establish with the defendant was the exact time he says that he noticed that she's missing from the apartment.
Okay. Where you have a missing child, is it important to establish a timeline?
Yes.
Why?
Based on the time that she's gone missing and the circumstances around where she was at when she went missing, based on time, it helps us gauge, all right, how long or how far, if she did truly walk away, could she have gone in this amount of time? How far do we have to take our canvas? Are we talking she's been missing for an hour or several hours? When you have several hours of her whereabouts unknown, it starts to become concerning about, especially when no one else is reporting seeing this girl walking in that immediate area.
Okay. And would it be concerning if the child has been missing for several hours and Mr. Dinkins hadn't reached out to the Davenport Police Department to report the child missing?
That is correct.
All right. Then, as you're trying to establish that timeline, do you engage in any discussions with Mr. Dinkins about where he had been at and traveled to once the child was described as missing?
Yes, we had a conversation, or tried to have a conversation about where he would have been out, what he says, looking for her. And at one point in the interview, I printed off some Google Map printouts of the general area of the apartment complex and the surrounding areas, and brought it into the interview with the defendant, and just simply asked him to mark on there kind of areas that you checked so we could cross-reference that.
Okay. When you presented those Google Maps to Mr. Dinkins, what kind of response did you get?
He said he's just been all over the Quad City area, and that he wouldn't mark on the map any place that he specifically went
Okay.
to look for her.
At any point in the interview, did he ever mark on those maps?
No.
At any point in the interview, did he ever give you specific information as to locations he had traveled to when he said he was looking for her?
Not in reference to looking for her, besides going down in the motorhome, but that was for a different reason.
Certainly. And then, did you, when you are dealing with subjects and you're doing interviews, do you watch just their emotional comportment?
Yeah, of how they're composing themselves while they're talking. Are they relaxed? Are they nervous, on edge, or angry, mad, upset? Those are observations we make as we speak with people.
And as the interview progressed, what is it that we should look for relative to his emotional composure?
It probably can't see it well in the recording, but being as how close I was sitting next to the defendant. I noticed how heavy he was breathing throughout, and just statements that he make that this is crazy throughout.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 125?
The case of it, yes.
Yeah, all right. And what is our Exhibit 125?
It's going to be the video recording of the interview with the defendant and myself.
Okay. Was this the interview that occurred on July 10th then, when you had your contact with him at the Davenport Police Department?
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the video interview that you had with Mr. Dinkins?
Prior to today, it's been a while, but I've reviewed my report along
Okay.
with it.
And then was your contact with him properly documented through that video surveillance, or through that video footage?
Sorry, what was that?
Was your conversation and contact with him captured on that video camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 125.
No objection to that exhibit, I'm sorry.
Exhibit 125 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we play State's Exhibit 125?
You may.
Your Honor, this is about an hour long.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, if the witness wants to step down, since it's an hour long, I have no problem with that.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I'm fine with that also.
Okay,
Well, I
I'm fine
mean,
with that too.
Just sit.
Yeah.
You can sit.
Detective Obert, you get that for me? Oh, that's right, okay.
What's up, big dog?
You need to see your phone?
No, I was calling the officer back. Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay, what's taking you so long to answer my phone call and text messages?
Well, I didn't see your phone call. I just answered it just now, did I?
Okay, you're at the police station?
Yes, sir. I'm right here right now.
Alright, do you have any info for us?
What type of info? Like what? Like what?
Tell them that, hey,
Yeah, he's in the interview room right now. And
hey, we're in an interview with him, we got it.
Hang tight.
Your phone's gonna be sitting right here, okay?
Okay.
Henry?
Hey, what's up?
I'm glad you're able to make it down. I'm not
I was gonna come down, man.
It just makes it easier. We just can make contact with you right away.
But I was right there with the officer when he called.
Yeah, but then you left.
Because she left and I was met Aisha, and it made me mad because she was, basically blaming it all on me. But
First, let's just start with your.
my name,
Yeah.
Henry Dinkins.
H-E-N-R-Y.
Yes, sir.
And then can you spell your last name for me?
Dinkins.
I'm gonna quiet this so you don't have to. We don't have to get distracted here. There we go. Middle initial.
E.
Date of birth.
August 2nd, 72.
Good phone number for you.
I don't know the number part. It's out there, but I don't
Okay. And then the address is your address up there,
No,
or
no. I live in my mobile.
and where's that?
I don't know the address. I just know it's right there by Nestle Parinas. Right there, right there. That's that.
And what is it?
It's a mobile home.
Mobile home, and is it on Schmidt Road?
Yes, yes.
And what does it look like?
It's all white. It's got King Highway on it.
King Highway.
Yep.
And say if I were to go on Rockingham,
All you gotta do is go down. You will see them.
on Schmidt, take a left on Schmidt Road.
Take the Smith Road, go down,
And-
and you will see, like, the back of the trailers. You will see them, and then
Like the semi-trailers?
semi-trailers, yeah. And then you pull into there, and you will see it right there.
Okay. All white, and then it says what on it?
Kings Highway.
And that's where you stay?
Yes.
Is it is there an address associated with
I mean,
it?
I don't know the address. You know what I mean? But there's an address on the building,
Okay.
but I don't know the address on the building. No, I don't.
Okay.
That's what the officer was asking me, and I told him I didn't know it.
Okay. And so do you have agreement with that building?
Yes.
To have your
Yes.
mobile home there? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And where do you work at?
I don't work right now.
Okay.
I was working at Wilton Precision Steel,
Okay.
but I was waiting until after the corona stuff was over with.
Okay. And you are currently dating.
I mean, she's like a close friend,
Okay.
but we close. You know what I'm saying?
How long you guys been friends for?
A few years.
A few years.
Yes, sir.
And what's her name?
Andrea Culberson.
And did you drive her car here, or
I'm gonna leave that blank.
what do you mean? Well,
I mean,
I get it.
Yeah.
I kind of get where you're going at, but is her car parked out front?
No.
No. Where's her Impala at?
Her and Paula's with my homie right now, so
Where at?
they moving around in it.
Who's moving around in it?
My homies,
Who's that?
Lil Vince.
What's his real name?
Vince.
Well, okay. Vince what?
Harris.
And they're riding around in it.
Until I call him.
Okay. And anyone else with Vince looking for it?
No.
Do you have a phone number for Vince?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just so I can confirm with him that's what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is crazy, man.
Okay. So let's start out with yesterday.
Yesterday.
Or did you have the kids prior to that? Well,
No, yesterday, Lil Dink wanted to come with me.
Okay, so let's backtrack there. Lil Dink is
Notorious.
okay, and he is
My son.
your son, and that's with
Aisha.
Aisha. And Notorious' last name is
I don't know what last name she got.
okay. How do you spell his first name?
Detorious.
And then you
It should
have
be Mosley. Yeah, I'm
Notorious Mosley,
Yes.
and his mother is Aisha Langford.
Aisha Langford.
Okay, and then do you have any other biological?
No, I raised Breasia,
Since how old is she?
my baby.
Okay, and so you raised her with Aisha?
Yes.
How long were you and Aisha together for?
Like 2 years. But we stayed close friends.
But you guys stayed close. So how long? So you guys
We've
were
been
together
friends.
for
We've
2
been
years?
friends all the way up to now.
Okay. And how long ago did you guys break up? Break it off.
It's like 6 years ago. I'm only guessing that. I'm not.
Yeah, approximate though.
Right.
So Notorious Breasia are kind of what you'd consider your
My
kids.
kids,
Is
yeah.
that
They
fair
my
to say?
kids. They my kids.
Okay. And so, did you pick them up yesterday, or when did you pick them up from Aisha, or how did that exchange go?
Man, I'm trying to stay cool right now. Me and Aisha, I had seen them, and they said they wanted to come and spend time with me
What do you mean
yesterday.
Yeah, okay. And where at?
I don't even remember. But they wanted to spend time with me. And, you know me, I'm like, yeah, y'all can spend time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's just like crazy. This is crazy.
So, what time did you see them yesterday?
I don't even remember.
Was it early in the morning, late in the evening?
It was probably around in the afternoon sometime.
And this was at Aisha's house.
I don't remember where we was talking, but I picked them up at Aisha's mom's house.
You picked them up from Aisha's mom's house at what? Approximately what
I don't
time?
remember what time, sir.
Like
I
evening? What time of day?
Well, I think it was around the evening time.
Evening time. So you picked them up from Aisha, and what car were you in when you picked them up?
I don't remember. I think it was the Impala. I don't know. I don't remember. It probably was the Red. I don't know.
Okay. And then, so you pick them up, bring them back here. Well, bring them back up. Do you take them straight to your mobile home, or
no.
What you guys do?
We went
Just
down-
run me through your day.
We went to my
before you can
cousin's
remember.
house. We went down to my cousin's house, and they played with my little cousins, and they wanted to go
What cousin's house was that?
the event
Oh, Vince. Okay. And where does he live?
on Taylor,
Taylor and what?
between 5th and 6th.
You know the exact address or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I guess they wanted to go to the house, so we went to the house. They started playing the games at the house, and then they took their showers, and then they got into bed. You know, me and Andrew laid down. I got up. I left. Came back.
What time did you leave around?
I don't even remember, sir.
Okay.
I mean,
And what the sleeping arrangements? How is that? Like
What do you
who
mean?
sleeps where in the house and?
I mean, the kids were in Andrea's room.
Okay.
Me and Andrea was sitting out in the living room.
Okay.
We was in the living room, and I had left and came back. And then when I left, I think I went down to Lil Vince's house, but nobody was there. And when I came back, you know, I did a little look around. I didn't see Bree. No, that wasn't that time. I don't remember. No, that's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie. It wasn't even at that time. I don't ever look at the time, so I mean, I'm really confused with the time. But I know when I went and looked for Bree,
So
I only seen Lil Dink in the bed.
Okay.
And I left. So I went like moving around, and I
left left the apartment.
like
or?
the apartment, yeah, and went like out and about, where she was living, and out there in I don't know the apartment buildings out there. I don't know.
But you're. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. So, just so I can get this straight, so, you pick them up from Aisha's, you go to Vince's house,
Right, they
play with the kids. Then you head up to Andrea's house. Okay. Did you go to your trailer at all?
No.
Okay. And then so you guys go there. You said the kids shower and they get ready for bed, and they sleep in Andrea's room.
Right.
In the same bed together.
Yes.
And then you and Andrea in the living room. And then at one point you leave in the night. How many hours do you think it was between when you first got there and then you left the apartment?
Probably like about 3-4 hours.
Okay.
I must assume. I don't
Yeah,
know.
around.
Around figure.
And so then you leave, but is everyone still in those same like kind of areas when you leave?
No, when I was there.
When you left?
Yeah, when I left, ain't nobody came out of no room.
Yeah, everyone was.
Everybody was still,
Okay.
situated. Notorious was before I left. Notorious was still playing the game, and I went in there, and he said he was done playing the game, so I turned the TV off, and he went to sleep. And then, I went in the living room. Sat around for a while, bored. Left, came back.
How long were you gone for?
I don't know, probably I assume 45 minutes to an hour, 30 minutes, I don't know, somewhere around there.
Okay, and then you come back, and then kind of what do you do when you get back? Nothing. Did you just go to bed, or did you stay in the living room?
I was in the living room. I wasn't even
Okay.
tired.
Yeah.
But when I was there, I periodically checked them and make sure they was good in there, because we had the air conditioner on, so I have to unplug it because it gets too cold.
Okay.
So I pretty much, like I said, when I realized that, and it's kind of odd because I never known Bree to ever leave, ever. Never, ever leave. It was just odd, you know what I mean? And when I realized it, like I said, I went looking around. Then when I came back, Andrea was up. She like, what's wrong? I'm like, man, something ain't right, I was freaking out a little bit, so she like, I'm like, man, I'll talk to you in a minute, we gotta figure this shit out. And, because I didn't want her stressing, so, and then, when I came back, I grabbed Dink, and I'm like, man, he like, Dad, where is Bree? I said, I don't know. He's like, and then we rolled around, and then I texted his mom. And when I texted his mom, she was at work, and she was like, I'm like, hey, Bree's missing. She's like, well, stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me, Henry. So I'm like, man, no, I'm not playing. I'm for real. And she was like, um, stop playing with me. And I said, look, man, I'm not playing. So I gave Dink the phone. Dink told her, like, Mom, you know, we don't know where she at. So then he handed me the phone back, and I'm like, I got to talk to him, like, man, your mom mad at me. He said, Dad, I don't understand why mom mad at you. You know, you haven't done nothing. And I'm like, I mean, but I'm still responsible. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know, don't know what to say or do, you know. So then me and her met up, and she was like,
You and Aisha met up?
Yeah.
Where at?
at Burger King.
Okay.
And Aisha was like really upset, and I said, you know what I'm saying, I understand how you coming, I feel what you're saying right now, but you know, you stressing out right now, it's not gonna help us out right now, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
We have to figure this shit out, you know? So I was like, well, you're responsible, you know, and it made me feel so fucking bad because, you know, I am responsible, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I just, like I said, I was like lost. Didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say to her. I was lost for words. I couldn't even talk to her really. And she was yelling and screaming. And then she said, I'm gonna call somebody to come out there to Andrea's apartment. I said, okay. You know what I'm saying? So we went out there. When the dude approached, you know what I'm saying?
The dude as in?
The officer.
Okay.
Man.
So did you call 911?
No, she did. I told her I was gonna go to the police station at first. She said, no, let's go to the apartment. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, we can call at the apartment. You know what I'm saying? And Aisha was like, because first I'm thinking like, she ain't really missing. You know what I mean? Something, you know what I'm saying? Maybe something, I don't know. But once it really set in that can't nobody find her, that's when it hit me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, she's missing. You know what I mean?
So did you call 911 or did
Aisha did.
Okay, you didn't call 911.
No, because
And Aisha called with her own phone?
I'm not for sure, sir. I don't know.
Did Aisha ever have your phone?
I called Aisha first because I was really.
But did Aisha ever have possession of your phone?
No.
Okay. So let's backtrack here a little bit. Do you remember at what point, or approximately at what point in the night, you realized Bree was gone?
I don't remember what time it was. So
were you sitting around and then kind of like run me through again of when you noticed she was gone?
Like, you know, when I came back the second time, you know.
After being gone for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I did like a little check, you know what I mean? You know, and she wasn't there.
She wasn't there. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So.
And you don't know what time you got back?
No, I don't remember.
Gotcha.
I don't remember. And I was like, I was scared you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wow, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? But I didn't think it was like this serious. You know what I'm saying? I really was like confused.
Okay. And so you get back, and then can we put a time frame in between at least? Like, are we talking like 10 to 11 at night? Or are we talking like
after hours? It was like, probably after hours. It was like, probably like closer. I don't remember the time. I'm not gonna.
12 to 2.
I didn't even. The reason why I don't remember the time is because I didn't have my phone.
Gotcha. Where was your phone at?
It was sitting right there on the table, and
What do you mean sitting right there on the table?
It was sitting right there. Well, not on the table. I think it was sitting on a ledge.
In the apartment.
In the apartment. It was sitting.
But you were in the apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but when I left, I didn't have my phone.
When you left to
go down to Little Vince's.
Little Vince's, okay. But then you got back.
Then I got back.
Okay.
And then I left again. I left twice.
And where'd you leave for the second time, or what was that?
I think I went to the quick shop. Got a pack of cigarettes or something like that.
You remember what quick shop?
Quick shop on 53rd.
Okay. And about what time would that have been?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know.
And you got a pack of cigarettes there?
Yes.
So, just so I have it straight, you went to Vince's, you come back, how long in between when you got?
I'm trying to put the time frame together. I could be
Yeah.
off, but I know where I went.
Yeah, and that's what I'm just trying to figure out.
And then,
So you got back from Quick Shop with the cigarettes, and then what happened after that?
nothing.
No, well, okay. So but then you got back.
Then like I said, I got back. I don't know what time it was, sir.
Okay, that's fine. We can move past that.
All I know is,
At one point or another, you noticed that Bree is not in the
room.
Okay. And then so, what do you do immediately after you notice Bree's not?
I go outside.
Go outside. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing I did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I went outside.
Okay. And then, like, just around the area, or did you get in a car and drive somewhere?
I went around the area first.
Okay.
And then I started moving around, like trying to get close within the areas. You know what I mean? Trying to look to see if she was walking, you know what I'm saying, or whatever.
And for the sake of, I'm not looking to hand me off on a driving charge. If you went and drove and tried to find her in certain places,
I went in the area where, out there, you know what I'm saying, like trying to see.
Around the apartment complex.
No, like outside, you know what I'm saying, like when I pulled in, I would have
like those businesses and stuff like that?
No, like the streets.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm
the
saying.
Nearby streets.
I don't know what streets. I mean, I don't. Like the streets that would go back, the streets that would go forward. You know what I'm saying? It was like by Blockbusters.
Blockbuster. You mean
the video?
Family video.
Family video. You know, I call it Blockbuster still.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? But,
yep. And then how long were you looking for her approximately the first time?
What you mean the first time? I looked for a while. I've been looking for a period.
Yeah, no, but then you do come back to the apartment. You said earlier.
When I went looking for her, I did come back to get.
Yeah. So I'm asking just how long was that time frame of prior to picking up?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. But did you have your phone then when you were looking for her, or no?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't even thinking about the phone.
About the phone. I
wasn't even the phone wasn't even a concern. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Finding her was the concern.
For sure.
So the phone really wasn't a concern.
So you come back, you grab Dink, and then is that when you and Andrea have the conversation about what's going on, or
no?
Or did you have the conversation prior to you leaving that long time?
I never really talked to Andrea, period, until basically I talked to Aisha. You know what I'm saying?
So Andrea had no idea until after you spoke with Aisha?
She didn't have no idea, period. Like, she didn't have no full understanding what was going on.
Did she know Breasia was gone?
Yeah, I guess she did. I don't know.
What do you mean you know?
Because I don't know if she went in the room.
Okay.
That's one thing I don't know if she went in the room, so
she knew you were upset or you were panicking about something, but she didn't know what.
Didn't, but I know when I came back to get Dink was laying on the couch.
Okay.
Dink was in the bed at first.
Yep.
So evidently she knew then.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That Bree is not in the house.
Gotcha.
You know, I mean, we didn't talk about that,
okay.
But I mean, it's like common sense type of thing.
Yeah, it's like, putting two and two together. Gotcha. So then you pick up Dink and you guys go looking again, right?
Right.
And sometime during that time you call Aisha, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you guys meet at Burger King?
Yes.
Okay.
No, McDonald's. Not Burger King. McDonald's on Kimberly.
On Kimberly, like East Kimberly?
Eastern. Yeah, it wasn't no Burger King. It was McDonald's.
So you guys meet there in that parking lot, or did you guys go inside at all? Or?
No, because she was mad, and she was like furious. You know what I'm saying? She really didn't want to talk to me. But the only thing she kept saying, "You're responsible. You're responsible. You're responsible. You're responsible." You know what I'm saying? Why wasn't you watching her? I'm like, what you mean? She sleep? The fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? Who watches? You know what I'm saying? I periodically check, but.
Any places you could, I mean, you probably already checked them, but any places in particular that she enjoys or goes to?
I ain't been around my kids in a while, so.
Do you know how long has it been?
Some months.
Like,
Other than you know, being down there with the river with them, you know what I'm saying, barbecuing for them. As for really having a bond like the way we used to have,
like spending the night?
like period, like our close bond period, like me spending time with them, being with them, around them all the time. That's been some time back, you know what I mean? So.
And how long do you think you were at Vince's place for?
He wasn't there.
No, I'm talking about when you took the kids there after picking them up from Dinkins.
For a while.
Several hours, probably.
See, it was some hours. I know it was some hours.
Was it dark when you guys got home from Vince's?
No, it was still a little,
Still a little late.
It was still a little light in there.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is giving me a headache.
I'm gonna write some things down. And you said the kids like took a shower, did what they need to do to get ready for bed right when they got home? When they got
After
to the
they
apartment?
ate, played the game,
Okay.
you know.
So it was a little bit, yeah. Okay. And this, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, was this the first time that her and Detorius have spent the night up there?
Yes.
That's
why I'm really confused. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know, Lil Dink used to stay with me all the time when I lived on 35th. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Can you grab my phone so I can see who that is?
I
please,
got
sir?
it. Your mom?
Yeah, can I talk to my mom?
We'll just leave it for a second.
I just wanted to tell him to come down here. You know what I mean?
Because I thought you went and picked them up, or they came with you, or something like that.
What you mean by that?
I was told that you went and got your mom, or your mom came with. Or
No,
something.
they was out of town.
Your mom's out of town?
They was closer towards Iowa City. They said they was turning around.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, I thought they would be there, but they wasn't there.
Gotcha. So, okay. First time that they spent the night, apartment 8, right? Was that it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you spent the night there multiple times though prior to this?
Periodically.
Periodically.
Yeah. And then, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, periodically, off and on.
Okay. Just so I make sure I have everything right. Kids go to bed. They sleep in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
So you guys sleep on the air mattress out in
Yes,
the room?
yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't go to bed. You go back to Vince's.
I went down there, but they wasn't there.
But no one was there, so you didn't.
Well,
so then,
hold on. Let me rephrase that. Did nobody answer?
No one answered. Okay, gotcha.
I don't know if they was there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It was just no reply.
So did you go straight to Vince's and then straight back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like you didn't make any stops anywhere else or anything like that?
Not that I can recall.
And then then you went back, and then was it a certain amount of time before you went to the quick shop to get cigarettes, or was it?
It wasn't right away.
Okay, there's some lull in between that.
I mean, probably. I mean, I'm assuming like. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and guess the time because I don't know. I don't want to put a frame on the time, and I really don't know the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So.
And then, did you go to quick shop in the Impala, or is it a different car that you?
Yes, I went in the Impala.
In the Impala. Okay. Got cigarettes, and then you went straight back.
Straight back.
Okay.
That took about 35.
Quick shop on 53rd. Is that the
That's the one by West High School.
West or by North High School? You mean?
North High School.
North High School. Head back, and then it's after that is when you noticed Breasia's wasn't there. Then you go outside, you check first around the apartment area.
And I did see her.
You didn't see her. Then you check some of the nearby streets.
I did see her.
That's
when I panicked. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I knew Aisha was still asleep, so I really didn't want to call her until I knew that she got up.
Okay.
So when I called her, you know what I'm saying, she was up, but she was at work.
Where does she work at?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know it's a fast food place.
Okay.
And when I talked to her on the phone, she was like, quit playing with me. You know what I mean? Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm not playing with you, man. I'm keeping this shit real. Because at first she thought it was a joke. And I told her, this is not a joke. You know what I'm saying? And that's when she said, well, there's only one person here at the job. So I said, you got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off right now. So.
And you just left your phone in the apartment when
Yes,
you went out?
I really wasn't thinking about the phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh no, for sure.
That wasn't a priority. And I was getting ready to leave my phone when I grabbed Lil Dink, because, you know what I'm saying, but that's when Andrew said, Henry, take your phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm like, where is it? I'm saying, and then that's when I grabbed my phone.
Gotcha.
And
And that's how you were able to
communicate then.
with Aisha.
Right.
But you never called 911?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Because I really wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It was like, I really wasn't for sure. I should have dialed 911, but I really wasn't for sure, you know what I mean? So I didn't dial 911.
So then you met at Aisha at McDonald's, and then
Yes, sir.
did you guys ride together? Well, not in the same car, but
We
followed each other
rode
up to the...
We rode up there to the apartment, and that's when Lil Dink came out and said, Dad, the officer's outside. I said, okay, I'm coming outside. So I went outside, and that's when Aisha got kind of like a little frustrated, I'll say. And he was trying to tell us, like, give me information. I'm like, who?
The officer. Gotcha.
He was like, give me information, you know what I'm saying? Aisha, she was so mad, she didn't even want to give him information. I'm like, all right, you got to get a man information. You have to, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying, she walked away. That's when I walked away, because I was just as mad, you know what I'm saying? Like, is you fucking serious? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call her I.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And it made me mad, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the fuck, man? You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Yeah.
Who doesn't give the fucking information? I don't have no picture of Bree. You know what I'm saying? I have just like 1 or 2 pictures, period, in my phone with Lil Dink. You know what I'm saying? I used to have a lot of pictures of him in other phones, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't have them in this phone.
Okay.
So,
So you took Taurus with you, and then you met Aisha at McDonald's.
yes.
So you get back to the apartments. How does Dink come out of the apartment when he's supposed to be with you and Aisha at the McDonald's?
No, that's not what I said. I said, Lil Dink, when the officer, him and Aisha was sitting in the car, when the officer came, Lil Dink came up and said that, the police officer said it. That's when I came down.
Came down from?
Downstairs.
So you were in the apartment
When the officer got there.
Okay. So you arrived before the officer?
Huh?
So you arrived before the officer?
Yes.
Okay. You and Notorious both arrived.
Matter of fact,
the way you made it sound for is that you walked up and...
No. Me and Aisha made it there. Aisha got the number off the building and had them come.
What number off the building?
Because they got numbers on the
like the address number?
The address, yes. They got the numbers on the building.
Okay.
And like I said, I didn't even know the number. You know what I'm saying? I still don't know the number.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's when Lil Dink came up and said that a police officer was out here. I'm like, okay, I'm coming down. And that's when I came down. And I got to talking to him. And he was telling me what, something that happened with him before, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay. He's like, don't panic, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm trying to keep my composure. But Aisha was already to the limit. And it ended up becoming a scream match out there. Even with the officer, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do if you're not giving me the fucking information?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, bro, man, if I knew what you needed to know on pictures and all that, I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
I don't have that, you know what I'm saying? So there's nothing I can do about that. But she made me mad when she didn't want to give him that, you know what I'm saying? Because he needs that. That's how you get the, you know what I'm saying, the looking for that person.
Okay.
So,
And then so you leave the apartment while the officers are there, and then where do you go?
Aisha left first.
Okay. Aisha leaves, and then
I left.
okay. And you, where'd you go after you?
I was just so mad. I was just rolling around.
Okay.
I was still looking, you know what I'm saying, but I was just riding, you know, just looking around, you know what I'm saying, like.
Do you remember what parts specifically, like some places that you checked or names of businesses? Did you make it downtown here at all?
I came all the way. I went through the whole Quad City there, man.
Did you go back to your mobile home at all?
Yes, me and Lil Dink went down there.
You this morning?
Yeah. Once we was looking, you know what I'm saying? We got to looking, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, I needed to grab. What was it that I grabbed up out of there? I think it was a couple dollars, whatever it was that I needed. Some money.
So
because I was starting.
Was that before or after you saw Aisha?
I saw Aisha. I don't remember, man. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I mean, shit. It was. I seen Aisha. Me and Dink went out and then we seen Aisha.
Okay.
Because I was starting to get low on gas, and I needed to grab a few dollars so I could have. That's why I got it in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's so I can continue to like just ride. You know what I mean? And I was like I said, I was gonna ride until I couldn't ride no more. You know what I mean? So.
And then so Aisha makes contact with you over the phone, and you're down.
I made contact with Aisha.
Yeah, you called her after. Was there a reason why you weren't answering your phone or text messages or anything?
No, because my phone was
trying to get a hold of you?
No, not at this time. Not at this time. My phone be acting up sometimes.
Okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck it is about this phone, but sometimes I gotta text people first in order to call them, and I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? But anybody, you know, when I go through it and see it, you know what I'm saying? Because when I was moving around, my mind really wasn't on the phone. You know what I'm saying? My mind was on Aisha phone calls. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, you know what I'm saying, she found her or something, but anybody else's phone call I really wasn't concerned about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wasn't worried about no other phone call but Aisha. But at first, Aisha said she tried to call me a couple times. You know what I'm saying? It didn't ring. You know what I mean? But once I looked at the phone and I called her back, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And once I got to talking to Aisha.
And so when you said you'd meet us at the station, where'd you go after that?
To my sisters.
To your sisters?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Out by the cemetery.
Like on Eastern? Or?
Out by the cemetery.
Do you know the address?
No, I don't.
What's your sister's name?
Nita. What
NIT?
What my sister got to do with this?
Well, just
she wasn't.
So I know the address, so I can look it up. You know what I mean?
McQuay.
McQuay.
Yes.
Can you spell that for me?
McQuay.
Nita is just NITA.
NITA.
Okay. So then you went there, but you said they were out of town. You didn't make any contact there.
No.
And then where'd you go after that?
Here.
Here. Okay.
Here.
Oh, and then.
Well, they told me to give them. When I talked to the officer, I said, well, I want to at least have my mom and my sister come down with me. And she said, okay, well, just be down here by. I think it was the female. She said, come down by. Can you be down there by 12? I said, yeah, I can make it down there by 12. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So when I left from there, when I left from my sister's house, I came straight here.
Okay. And then, so how is your car not here? You know what I mean?
I came straight here.
I get that, but the car that you were driving was the Impala, and the Impala's not here.
I didn't say I was driving the Impala.
Well, you came in the Impala.
I never said I was driving the Impala.
So you left the apartments in the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at what point did you not have the Impala anymore?
What do that got to do with the Impala? I mean,
Because you left there in a vehicle, and that's.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it harder on you.
Yeah, I get it.
But
It's
I
just-
mean, literally, as for the situation with the driving aspect, you know,
I'm not looking for the driving. I'm looking for the car.
I'm keeping that solo with the.
No, that's fine. I'm more concerned about the car.
I mean, if you want to check the car, you can check the car.
Yeah, we would like to do that.
Yes,
probably.
you
Yeah.
can, without a problem.
Where is the car currently?
It's reachable.
Reachable as in.
I can get it to you guys at any time. That's basically what I'm saying.
And also to backtrack.
I mean, one thing about me, I mean, like I said, if I had any issues, I would have never came down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna, pull, what I'm saying, no extra, but when it come down to the, you know how I feel about the driving situation.
And I know that, but I'm not worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out
What I'm saying is
your back trail of when you left the police asked you to stay
Right.
there and you left, and all of a suddenly there's this car that you left in, but now we don't know where
but
the
what
car
I'm saying
is.
is
You understand that?
yeah, but if you want to search the car, I can bring the car to search for you.
And I'm just trying to also backtrack, like where. I mean, you don't have to say you're driving the car.
That's my mom. 'Cause I know they probably downstairs.
It says restricted.
Swipe it.
Oh.
Hi, how are you? This is Angela from the warranty department. The reason I'm calling.
Yeah, you can clear that out.
Bunch of junk there.
Yeah.
But it also helps just make me understand your route that you took because you had the car and then you didn't. I just want to know where that transition took place.
It's reachable, bro. I just say it like that.
But you don't want to talk about how you eventually switched vehicles or.
Never switched. I mean, that was like, I ain't switching no vehicles.
Okay.
Why would I switch a vehicle?
But then so someone else was with you in the car
But why would I switch vehicles? Where you get to switch vehicles at?
because so the Impala you left the apartment in it, okay, and then now you're here at the station, but the Impala's not here.
It's around. I'll say it that way. It's around.
Okay.
It's around.
Around the block somewhere.
It's around.
Okay. That helps me better understand.
Yeah, I mean, as for the driving,
And I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Breasia, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's the point that, you know what I'm saying, me.
I know you don't want to get in trouble for something that's when you're trying to find Breasia. I get that 100%. And so, but you can't think of. I mean, you've checked a lot of areas, and you haven't been around that much.
But see, like, I think Bree and Dink said that they cousin TT or somebody lived in that area somewhere around there. I don't remember.
TT?
No, their cousin or TT or somebody. I know that they said somebody lived around the area. I am not for sure who it was. You know what I'm saying? They don't live in the building complex, but around somewhere. I don't even know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who it was.
Gotcha. Alright, hang tight. I'll talk to my other guys, see what they found out. If they found out anything else, or
What you mean about anything else, bro?
like if they found like some video of her somewhere else, or you know what I mean.
Right.
So. Sorry, it took a little bit. Some of them are still printing. Of course, naturally, we'd have a problem with the printer at a time like this. So, side here. So we'll start near it. And, so, this is the apartment complex, right? 2744. It's one of the ones up here. I believe it's that one.
Oh, what's the name? Yeah.
So, I don't know if you want to trace kind of like with the pen and trace where you went.
Bro, I don't know exactly where I went. That's why I'm not.
Did you stop at any places?
I don't remember. Okay, I didn't.
Did you talk to anyone when you were out looking?
No, I was just looking. You know what I'm saying? Just looking. I've been through the whole area. Almost all of this area. Almost.
So what ones have you not been to?
I haven't went over there by Castlewood. I haven't went over there. I haven't went over Western E Mines over there.
Well, no. So this is 53rd.
Oh no, okay.
This is apartment
I
complex.
thought this was the whole.
No.
Okay, yeah. I mean.
So you went
I
through
don't
all
drove-
these streets.
I don't
and-
drove all through here, all around through there. I mean, I don't hit Brady, Harrison, fucking. I mean, I just, the furthest I went is all the way down. Just like
all the way down where?
like all the way downtown. Just like, you know what I'm saying. When you circle one area, you know what I'm saying. You try to just continue to go through every area.
Mm-hmm.
I've been everywhere, man. I'm not going to even say where and what streets.
Okay.
I just know I've been all through here.
And did you stop at any? Did you go inside while you're looking? Did you go stop anywhere and talk to anyone, ask them if they've seen someone? Do you remember any places that you did that with?
No, I didn't do that.
You didn't do that?
I
Okay.
just moved around.
Okay. So you were strictly in your car the entire time?
Moving around.
Okay. In the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back the second time, when you saw Dink on the couch, did Andrea then say anything? Did Andrea ask anything or say anything to you?
The only thing she
Further
asked
about-
me is like, what's going on?
Okay.
That's all she said.
And then what'd you tell her?
I didn't tell her nothing. I was just like, man, right now I'm frustrated. I'm looking. I should have said something to her, but I assumed that she knew some little Dink being on the couch.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was like, right now, man, I don't even want to talk right now. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want to talk at all. That's basically what I kept telling her.
Telling her, yeah. Gotcha. So there's no.
Like, I mean, I'm not gonna draw no map because I really don't know where I was going. I was just moving around, just going around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not no spot in particular. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go in no stores because when I was moving around after I talked to Aisha and her mom said they was gonna move around too. You know what I'm saying? So I assumed that if all of us was moving around, you know what I'm saying, like even Andrea was moving around on feet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I mean, was no sense in me staying close to them. It's just like traveling. You know what I'm saying? The more grounds you can pick up. You know what
And
I
then
mean?
I'm sorry, who else was moving around looking?
And Andrea.
Andrea drove around looking?
No, walking around.
Walking around.
Like
walking around the apartment complex or walking
walking
further?
around complexes. And then further. I don't know where all she walked to. She just told me she was walking around looking.
Gotcha.
Aisha mom was looking. Aisha auntie was looking. Aisha was looking. Aisha uncle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of people, bro.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So.
And so was there any texts going around like about the situation, or is it just the phone calls?
I think there was like one or two texts.
One or two texts?
If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And so would you be fine if we downloaded the phone to have the call logs and the texts?
For what reason?
To corroborate everything here about the call logs and the text. It helps everyone out.
Download my phone.
To get the call logs to show that those calls were made at those certain times.
I can show you my
text
phone.
about it.
I can just show you my phone.
I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? You want to see? I can just show you my phone. I mean, I can just open up my phone and let you go on my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
What's the passcode to the phone?
Just give me my phone and I'll open it up for you.
Okay. Will you open up right in front of me?
Right, yeah, I'll open it right here. Cool.
And so if you want to just take while I go grab your phone, if you want to just take a closer look, and if there's anything that's sticking out, be sure to mark it, okay?
I mean, what is there to stick out? But
Like, for sure places that you went, for sure. think of any or mark any? No.
No, I ain't marking them, but I'm just looking at the whole thing.
Okay.
Oh my fucking stomach.
Okay, you saw.
Why are you looking at me to do my password?
Well, that's what I asked.
No, I said I will open it for you.
Yeah,
but
I'm
not going to give you my password.
Okay.
I will open it for you so you can look in my phone, but I'm not going to give you my password.
Okay. And then you're just gonna lock it.
Yes, right after you finish looking.
Yeah.
I will let you look in there. I have no problem with you looking.
Okay.
That's something I don't have no problem.
Okay.
What is it? Damn, what the fuck is it? My mind ain't not even on my phone.
You recently got this phone too, though, right? Yeah.
No, I had this phone for a minute, but
Oh. I think, well, just a new phone number?
yeah, no, this number.
Because you said you didn't know it. That's why I was so.
I don't know my number. All I know is 72726.
Okay.
726. See. Why you still watching? I don't want to open it, then, bro.
You know? Okay.
Not if you staring into me while I'm trying to get my number.
What I'm doing is I'm making sure that you're not going in and deleting anything. That's what my concern is.
Why would I delete something?
You never know with guys. Trust me.
No.
It happens. It
I
happens.
mean, as soon as I open it, I'll give it to you.
Sounds good.
So you can look at it.
Yep. Yeah.
No. Let me try one more time. You only get so many tries.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, cool.
Now, what do you want to look at?
So,
I can show you anything and everything.
was there? Okay, gotcha. That's from a couple days ago. Yeah.
No, that was from when I
Well,
got.
Wednesday,
That's from when I got my kids to
So
the
you had-
conversation when they went to bed. Where was it? I think it's good night, mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, good night, love you, Bree. That's when she was.
Well, good night, mom.
You know what I'm saying? That's
What
what.
is good night, mom? Though I don't.
That's good night, mom. That's the way she said good night, mom. Too.
Who says?
Bree. They didn't have no phone, so they was using my phone or they used the Andrea phone to use whatever.
But the phone number was to Lil Dink.
No, that's Aisha's phone, but
Oh,
it's my son, so I don't put her name in my phone.
that's the way you contact.
I contact him. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
that makes sense.
I don't contact her.
I got you now.
Okay, let me see. Okay. So, let's see. Right here.
But there wasn't anything about this stuff besides the.
No.
Well, go click on
On who?
Lil Dink again and go down to the most recent thing.
Where are you?
Okay, and then.
Yeah, remember when I told you she kept trying to call me and my phone was acting up?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, here, I just show you phones. Now let me get to the numbers.
The call log.
Oh, let me see. Okay, how do I get to this motherfucker?
Then that would be the call log.
That will.
Gotcha.
See.
Okay. All right.
I mean, like I said, I have no problem showing you in my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But I guess where's the issue of like you just want to dictate of what we see or?
No, I don't. No, I just like, you know what I'm saying? I looked at it like, I don't have no problem opening my phone for you. You know what I'm saying? I really don't.
Okay.
I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing to hide in my phone from you.
Okay.
Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing at all. So that's the reason why I said I will open it for you.
Gotcha.
I just don't want nobody all in my phone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it don't matter, but I just don't like people.
Well, it does. I mean, it does matter.
No, you miss what I'm saying.
Okay.
When I say it don't matter. When I say that, I'm saying like, you know what I'm saying? If you right here in my presence, you can do what the heck you want with my phone. basically.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to know what you're doing with my phone.
Okay.
That's all.
Gotcha.
I mean, it ain't nothing that I'm hiding in my phone or anything like that. That is no. I would like, if you like, okay, let's connect it to something. Okay, I want to see what you're doing with my phone. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Nothing,
I mean,
personal.
to be able to download, we would need the passcode, but
Like I said,
which just helps speed up any suspicion we would have of you.
But
You
I
know
don't
what I mean?
understand how I got suspicious with my own kids, man. These are my kids.
No,
you know
I
what I'm
got you.
saying? I mean,
I'm just saying it would clear any suspicion, right?
Listen, I mean, I know you're doing your job. You know what I'm saying? And I know what you have to do. I know what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no issues with that, period. But these are my kids, bro. These are my kids. You know what I'm saying? These are mine.
Yeah.
I'm really like confused. Like, I wish I would have been staying in my same state of mind where I was saying no all the time.
What do you mean by that?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Aisha, basically I blocked her where she couldn't even call me.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's
And
like, that's
why
saying
is
no.
that?
Because me and her have bad communication sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because of the person who she was talking to. You know what I'm saying? And it just caused a little but now she's not talking to that person no more, so it opened up our communication again. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I just...
Anyone you can think of that would try to take Breasia?
Why? For what reason?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You know better than I would, right?
I really
That's why
would.
I'm
The only
asking.
person who would know better than me would be Aisha.
Yeah, but you can't think of anyone that would take her.
I can't see no reason why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Bree's a good kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She's a good kid. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely a good kid.
Okay.
Definitely a good kid.
Then before did you might have mentioned, I might have missed it. When you went to Vince's after y'all already went home from Vince's and you went back and you didn't get an answer at the door, what was the reason that you went back there?
Cause that's where I be kicking it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like just to drink a beer.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Sit down, drink a beer,
hang out
a little bit, talk to the yin yang. You know what I'm saying? That's as far as I go.
Okay.
For me.
So did you call ahead of time?
No, I don't know. Sometimes I call, but 99% of the time he don't answer his phone.
Okay.
So I don't call.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I just go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't call him. I just go.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, my babies are good. You know what I'm saying? My son too. You know what I'm saying? They listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? All my kids listen to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no problem with my kids. You know what I'm saying? At all. You know what I'm saying?
No behavioral issues, something like that.
The mom do. I don't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Like they're defiant
with mom,
yeah.
But not with me.
Gotcha.
Why? Probably because I'm more lenient.
Okay.
And I tend to give them what they want.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you want, the only way you can get something out of me if you're acting good.
Mm-hmm.
Good grades, respectful, doing the things you have to do. That's when you get stuff from me. Other than that, you don't get nothing from me. You know what I'm saying? And my kids know that.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is crazy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, I'm more hurt for Aisha. Because, you know what I'm saying, that, she had him. You know what I mean? And my baby mama, you know what I'm saying, like I said, I know she feels some type of way behind it. You know what I'm saying? But like I told her, you know what I'm saying, she like, Henry, you should have had more of a watch. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never have to watch my kids like that. You know what I'm saying? Never.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I used to keep her in Bree.
Yeah.
Bree ending. You know what I'm saying? I never have to. Because my kids, you know what I'm saying, we communicate. You know what I'm saying? So I really...
You're breathing kind of heavy, is it? You just...
I smoke a lot.
Smoke a lot?
And then I'm,
Gotcha.
you know what I'm saying, thinking about my baby.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like... It's rough, bro. It's rough. Even though she ain't my biological, but she's still my baby. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's rough.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I kind of like, you know what I'm saying, think about it. You know what I'm saying? But I try to not.
What do you think?
And then I got asthma too, so.
Yeah. What do you think happened?
Big bro, I don't even know. I mean, I'm not gonna even try to even put a thumb on it, a finger on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say something that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because our communication was good all day.
With Bree?
With both.
With both as in?
Dink and Bree.
Yeah.
Both my kids been A1 all day.
Okay.
A1 all day, bro.
And then?
All day, A1.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm kind of like stopped up, congested a little bit too, so.
Yeah, gotcha.
This is like.
Well, I can assure you there's a bunch of people right now with the department going out there. We're trying to do what we can.
I hope, pray to God that they find my baby. You know what I mean? Because we need her home.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
We need her home.
Yep. And
This is, and I know, like I said, I know I blames me because I should have had more watch on. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
I know my baby mama. You know what I'm saying? She is like furious at me. Like I never seen her this mad at me ever.
Yeah.
But she got reasons.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's like if I would have had custody of my kids and I leave them over there and something happened, whether they bust a nose or get a scar or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Do you concerned about that? You know what I mean? So
yeah, definitely.
I'm not mad at Aisha. I'm just kind of salty that she won't really communicate with me.
And
you know what I'm saying? And that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because her mom do. Even right now, you know what I'm saying? I was talking to Donita on the phone.
Yeah.
And me and Donita 100, her mom.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Donita loves me. You know what I'm saying? And the whole family do. You know what I'm saying? So, but I know what Aisha's going through, and it's just gonna take for her to.
And you know, some things that could help with that, right? Of her not being so mad at you.
She is, though, bro.
No, hear me out here for a sec. To help ease some of that, or lessen it, or for us to be able to go input more to her, is that your cooperation goes a long way with us, and it also is not going to make her so mad at you, right? So like if she finds out that the whole passcode on the phone, it is what it is, whatever, she might question that.
Ms. Cunningham, we will take our mid-morning break at this time.
Thank you.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
there were two officers that had stepped in, and then his call had been placed out in the hallway. Can you tell us about that call and who that call was from?
That was a call between the defendant and Officer Burkle, who was still at the apartment complex.
Okay. Officer Burkle had testified about having tried to call him several times and finally having sent a text during the course of his testimony. Let me ask you this. During the investigation, did you apply for a search warrant for the defendant's phone?
We did.
Okay. Was that search warrant granted?
It was.
All right. And with that being said, with the granting of the search warrant, describe, I guess, describe the search warrant. What type of processing was to be done on that cell phone?
An extraction of the phone. Program called Celebrate is what's used. After we get the search warrant signed, we turn that into our computer forensics lab along with a computer forensic request form filled out, and then certified forensic analyst / sworn officer would do an extraction of that phone.
Okay. Just for purposes of education, help us understand the difference between a search warrant that is seeking to extract data from a cell phone as compared to a search warrant that is sent to the service provider for a particular phone.
Cell phone record search warrants are strictly related to the provider and will include things like subscriber information, call logs, location data, whereas an extraction of the contents of a phone include any activity on it, images, videos, text messages. Oftentimes in cell phone record search warrant returns, text data is limited, or majority of the time there's no text data that is included in the return. Whereas if you download a phone, the contents of the call log and the text messages are usually there.
Okay, all right, and to make sure that I understand that, in instances where you do serve a search warrant on a service provider, the records that they produce may not produce what the content of text messages would be?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. In this particular case, was Mr. Dinkins' cell phone then submitted to our forensic digital unit?
Yes.
Okay, and then who performed the extraction on the cell phone?
Corporal Nanabita.
Okay, once an extraction of information from the phone has occurred, what is done with that information?
It's put into what we call a Celebrate reader format. It's a program that allows a clean overview of being able to examine different categories. For example, there will be phone events or activity, SMS messages, or call logs, search history, things of that nature in their own particular order. Makes it easier for us to go through, analyze the data, and then also allows us to generate reports from content we feel is relevant.
Okay. When the extraction is completed, does Corporal Nanabita do the review of that documentation, or does that go to an officer to do a review of that documentation?
The download of the phone is reviewed by the detectives that work the case.
Okay. Were you that detective?
I did. There was two detectives that did a review of the contents of the phone. It was myself and also Detective Sean Johnson.
Okay, and in your review, then, did you look at the text messages that were extracted from Mr. Dinkins' phone?
I did.
And then were you able to review the telephone calls that were either coming in to that number or that were being placed from that number to third parties?
That is correct.
Okay, now, help us to understand this. If a phone is not powered on, does that limit what will be captured in the extraction reports?
In my experience with, if you were to get phone records back, it does show calls placed, whereas if the phone's off and there's no activity, it's not going to show like incoming calls into that phone download. So if someone was trying to call a phone that was off, it wouldn't necessarily show up in the download of the contents of the phone.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91-1, consisting of 5 pages, and the 91-2, consisting of 10 pages. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91-1 for purposes of identification and 91-2. What is State's Exhibit 91-1?
It is SMS messages, reader report from the contents of the defendant's phone.
Okay. What is the defendant's telephone number?
It is, can I reflect to my notes?
Sure, absolutely. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing your notes?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh his recollection.
He may.
The defendant's phone number is 563-726-4078.
Okay. Now, what's the date range for the text messages that were generated as a result of the Cellubrite extraction?
The extraction of the phone was for the entirety, but this report right here is within the couple days of Breasia going missing.
Sure. Does it include text messages for July 9th
It does.
and July 10th?
That is correct.
And does it go back any further to
Not
the 8th?
not in this report.
Okay, all right. And then going to State's Exhibit 91-2, what is that particular exhibit?
It is the call logs surrounding the upcoming days of the defendant having Breasia Terrell and then her going missing.
And then can you give us the dates that would be encompassed within that exhibit?
It goes from 7/8/2020 up until 7/10 of 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 91-1 and 91-2.
No objection.
Both of those exhibits will be admitted.
All right. Detective Obert, in the text messages, do you see any text coming in from Officer Burkle?
There is.
What is the time?
It is at, on the report, it'll reference UTC time, which is 4:15 p.m. Central Time. That day would have been 11:15 a.m.
Okay, what is the telephone number that Officer Burkle would have been texting from?
563-210-8365.
And what entry would that be on State's Exhibit 91-1?
And it would be number 5.
Okay, has that been highlighted so that it's very apparent if you look at that exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay, and what is the nature of the text that Officer Burkle sent to Mr. Dinkins?
Verbatim, the text message reads, "Henry, it's Officer Burkle. I need you to call me back."
All right. Now, let's go to State's Exhibit 91-2. In that document, do we see Mr. Dinkins telephoning Officer Burkle in response, presumably, to that text message?
Yes.
What entry would that be?
Entry number 6.
And what does entry number 6 indicate?
Outgoing call from the defendant to the number mentioned earlier, we identified as Officer Burkle's, and that phone call happens at 12:04 p.m. on 7/10 of 2020.
And would that correlate generally with Mr. Dinkins' arrival at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, it'd be the same time that's captured on the Axon interview camera.
Okay. Officer Burkle had testified that he tried calling Mr. Dinkins multiple times, but then the call was never answered. In the extraction report, does it identify times when the cell phone would be powered on?
The extraction would include activity of such events, yes.
Okay. Now, if you could explain to us what it means to have a phone powered on as compared to it being powered off. In extraction reports, what information is it going to give you?
It'd be under like phone events or phone activity, and it would keep track or log every time the phone was powered off or powered on.
Okay. Did you look at that information in the Cellubrite records that were produced for your review?
I looked I noticed it while doing the review, but Detective Sean Johnson mentioned that in the first report that was done of a review of the defendant's phone.
As the lead detective, did you go through and review information that officers had gathered that they felt was particularly relevant to
That
the
is correct.
investigation? And was this information that was of particular interest to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so what times on July 10th do we have that phone powered on?
At 8:08 a.m., 9:41 a.m., and 11:11 a.m.
Okay, so if it's powered on 2 additional times after 8:08 a.m., does that give any indication that there were periods of time where it was powered off?
Yeah, one would have to logically come to that conclusion.
All right, and the time of 8:08 coincides with what?
Roughly the time the defendant texted Aisha.
All right, and was that the text where he had indicated he needed her to call him?
That is correct.
Okay, have you had a chance to review Aisha Langford's cell phone records?
Cell phone records and phone download, yes.
Certainly. And then I would note for the record, we've already introduced those and discussed those through Ms. Langford, but just very generally, in your review, then did you notice a number of contacts made by Mr. Langford or Ms. Langford to Mr. Dinkins' phone after 8:08 and the 8:29 timeframe when she contacted and spoke with Mona Varelli at the Davenport Police Department?
There was phone calls between the two, yes.
Okay. Could you please describe the clothing that Mr. Dinkins was wearing when he responded to the Davenport Police Department?
When he arrived at the Davenport Police Department, he was wearing a black do-rag, glasses, white t-shirt, blue striped shorts, and then white, blue, and a little bit of red on the shoes.
Okay. What style of shoe did he have on?
Tennis shoes, like, I don't know if they're Jordans or Nikes.
Okay. Was that something that was of interest or note to yourself as detective and other law enforcement officers?
Later that evening, that was something of importance, yes.
Explain how that became important in the investigation.
It was found out from Officer Burkle that when the defendant first made contact with him at the apartment complex, the defendant was wearing gold and black shoes at that time.
All right. And then, of course, we've had the testimony of Aisha Langford about that. Did you have any discussions with Aisha Langford where she described those gold tennis shoes and being very dirty that he was wearing out at the apartment complex?
No, I never
Okay.
had that conversation with her.
All right. And was Miss Langford interviewed by other officers as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you received that information, what did you do to show the difference in what he was wearing out at the apartment complex versus what he was wearing when he met with you at the Davenport Police Department?
So just given that initial information, I wanted to go back, observe Officer Burkle's body cam footage, create a still image of a clear shot of the defendant standing there so all of his articles of clothing could be seen. And then I did the same thing when reviewing my Axon interview room camera, made a still shot of him sitting there that would reveal all the articles of clothing he was wearing there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 128. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 128 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
It is a printout of what I put together of the stills that I earlier described, and then a brief summary on top of the time that Officer Burkle makes contact with the defendant up at the apartment complex, and then describing or advising that the bottom right picture is what the defendant's wearing at the station.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 128.
No objection.
Exhibit 128 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit?
You may.
All right, let me see if I can do, oh, there we go. All right, as we look at State's Exhibit 128, if you're standing looking at the exhibit, the photograph to the left would have been captured when?
At 8:55 off Officer Burkle's body camera.
All right, and then what's the location where we see Mr. Dinkins standing?
Up at the apartment complex, 2744 East 53rd Street.
Now, on this particular exhibit, is the image rather grainy?
It is.
But can you see the color of the shoes that he's wearing?
Yes.
What color shoes is he wearing?
On the left side would appear to be the gold ones.
Okay. Are those shoes captured on some video surveillance footage that was collected in the course of the investigation so that we get a real good perspective of what they look like?
That is correct.
All right. And then the image on the right, what is the location where we have Mr. Dinkins?
Davenport Police Station.
Okay, and then, and focusing on the shoes, can you see that there's a distinct difference between the shoes he's wearing there at the department and then what he had on when he had that initial contact with Officer Burkle?
That is correct.
What time, for purposes of our record, did Officer Burkle have that contact with Mr. Dinkins?
8:55 a.m.
And how were you able to determine that?
Well, the timestamp on there would be 9:01, but it was roughly around there. This was the best shot I could get of his full body, showing the shoes. That's
Sure.
why it shows 9:01.
All right. Did you collect that time from the body-worn camera when you saw that point of first contact?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss the yellow shoes. Recognizing that Mr. Dinkins had changed shoes before he came to the department, did that pique law enforcement's interest?
Yes.
Why?
Being that, especially after the conversation, after the interview with the defendant, there was never mentioning of changing of shoes. When it comes to the importance of those shoes, there was information relayed that the defendant went down to Credit Island, and when we went down there, there were some footprints that led to a wooded, little tree-line area. It would have been helpful to, if we were to have those shoes, to be able to match those, the bottom imprints or the bottom layout of those shoes and compare them to the cast printouts that were taken by the evidence tech down there at Credit Island.
Would that have been civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster?
That's correct.
And were those photographs that she took late afternoon, early evening of July 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the basis for, or the information that the defendant had been down at Credit Island that morning came from which witness?
DL.
Okay, all right. And we'll talk about this later, but did you actually physically go out on a ride with DL to have him point out locations he and his father had traveled to?
That is correct.
Is that one such location that DL pointed out to you?
That was.
And then when you'd gone out on that ride with DL, did he show you where on Credit Island his father had parked when he, before he got out of the car and wandered off somewhere?
Yeah, he gave us a general parking area, yes.
Okay, and then the child's description of where they parked and his description of his father's direction of travel, did that match with the location where those shoe impressions were found?
There were shoe impressions of where DL generally pointed.
Okay.
He said he saw the defendant going.
Did you go down in that area yourself?
Yes.
How would you describe the soil?
At some points, water, if it all depends on how much water is there, it could fill up past it or it could dry out. At that certain day, it was very muddy / kind of marshy type soil.
Okay. Were officers interested in finding those tennis shoes to be able to collect the soil as well from the bottom of those tennis shoes?
That was another avenue that could have been done, being that we collected soil from the vehicle and also from different areas throughout Davenport.
Okay, now let's go to the second half of that discussion. Jumping ahead, was there a search warrant that was obtained for the maroon Chevy Impala?
There was.
All right. And then was that vehicle seized?
It was.
At some point in time, was there an interest in the gasoline, the amount of gasoline within the tank of that Impala?
That is correct.
Now, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But was there a search warrant obtained to determine how much gasoline was left in the tank of the Impala when it was seized by law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay? In order to remove that gas tank, what had to happen with respect to the vehicle?
The vehicle had to go up to where our fleet mechanics are, so it could be hoisted on top of a lift.
Okay, and once the vehicle was placed on a hoist and lifted, what was noted by Detective Garner?
That there was clumps of mud under the vehicle.
Okay, what was the weather conditions the evening of July 9th?
There was a torrential downpour at approximately 7
Okay.
p.m. And then there was also some rainfall at around midnight from July 9th into July 10th.
Okay, were those weather conditions something that was of import to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, now down in the area of Credit Island, where DL had described his father parking, in that area, how would you describe the surface where vehicles could pull off and park?
That was kind of the one where he would have parked at was more of a gravel lot.
Okay, having been down there, was that surface such that a vehicle would bottom out and collect any type of soil or grass clippings?
I would say no. I mean, I was driving a similar CID car at the time, just an older model Impala, and it's not like we got stuck when we drove and parked in that same area.
Okay, so then was there a question about where those clumps of dirt and grass would have come from?
Yeah, it was a concern.
Okay, did that remain I guess, a big question throughout the course of the investigation and up through the discovery of Breasia Terrell's remains on March 22nd of 2021?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Let me see what else. All right, so the next topic of discussion relative to those shoes and the cell phone records. Was law enforcement interested in knowing the movements of Mr. Dinkins after he left the apartment complex once he had had that contact with Officer Burkle?
Yes.
Okay. In order, well, we saw the interview that you conducted with Mr. Dinkins. Was he willing to ever provide you any location information whatsoever?
In reference between the time he left Officer Burkle's to then meet with me, it was kind of just general area, said everywhere, but then he does provide that possibly went down to the motorhome, but he wasn't entirely sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha, and then also possibly being in the area of his sister's apartment.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm going to, or I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 74, pages 1 through 4. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 74, pages 1 through 4, and then actually I've done a printout of that. Could you look at that exhibit? Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
These are printouts of what I showed the defendant during the interview.
Were these the Google Maps that you were asking him to identify locations he had traveled to?
Yes.
Okay, and at any point in time, did he place any markings on those Google Maps to show you areas that he indicated he had been out looking for Breasia?
Not with a pen. He pointed at a couple different spots during the interview, but he would not mark down anything.
And what spots did he point to on the interview, just as a refresher?
Just in general areas of the maps of kind of around the apartment complex.
Okay. For purposes of our record, how many maps are included within that exhibit?
4.
Okay. Page 1, what area of town does that map focus on?
It focuses around the apartment complex area, which would mainly consist of 53rd Street being the main thoroughfare and Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Page 2.
This goes further over to the east, still has some of the apartment complex, but then it starts, then it shows all the business areas, and it mostly captures 53rd and Elmore Avenue.
Page 3.
This would be southeast of the apartment complex. 46th Street and Elmore Avenue would be the two main thoroughfares in that printout.
And page 4.
This would be southwest of the apartment complex. Two main thoroughfares there would be Jersey Ridge Road and 46th Street.
Okay. Now, what 2 locations did he identify having gone to during the interview that morning after he left the apartment complex?
We're talking about like the early morning hours. Like the first things he talked about was the Vince's place, which is 509 Taylor Street, and then he also mentioned Taylor Street and the Quick Shop on West 53rd Street, which the exact address would be 201.
All right. So Vincent Howard, did officers go out to that location and do an interview of Vincent Howard?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, did you go out that location with another detective?
There was a couple detectives that went there first and made contact with him. I did a follow-up interview with him. It could have been a couple weeks after the events.
Okay. And then during law enforcement's discussions with Mr. Howard, did he corroborate what Mr. Dinkins had indicated, as well as DL, for activities they engaged in on July 9th? Once Mr. Dinkins picked up DL and Breasia and before they returned to the apartment complex?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So, let's talk about the second location. And this is prior to Mr. Dinkins' contact with Officer Burkle. So he gave a second location that he went to, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that location is what?
Besides going back to 509 Taylor Street,
Yeah,
was the Quick Shop at 201 West 53rd Street.
all right. We've only got a few minutes before noon. I'm going to table that discussion. We'll come back to that after the noon hour. But now what I want to focus on is after he had his contact with Officer Burkle, where did he tell you he had gone?
That he was out looking for Breasia.
Okay. Did he ever mention stopping at 2 separate locations?
He mentioned going down possibly to the motorhome, but he wasn't sure if that was before or after meeting with Aisha, and then also Nina McQuay's apartment complex.
All right. And what was his stated reason for going down to the RV on Schmidt Road?
In the interview, it was believed to get gas money.
Okay. Did he indicate that he was running low on money?
And gas.
Okay. And so that's the reason that he gave for going to the RV over on Schmidt Road the morning of July 10th, and that's after Aisha has been notified that Breasia is missing, correct?
That is believed so, yes.
All right. That's his explanation, correct?
Yes.
All right. Who is Nita McQuay?
The defendant's sister,
Okay. What address does she reside at?
1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Was there a search warrant obtained for Nita McQuay's apartment?
There was.
Why?
It was to try to locate those gold shoes, and then phones were also seized during that search warrant.
Okay. Whose phones were seized?
I can't speak for certain if it was Nita McQuay's that day, but there was phones located in the apartment complex that were seized.
Okay. Now, was Nita McQuay's phone one of those?
Then I don't know if it was on that day or a different day, but her phone was eventually taken.
Okay. Who is Helen Mosley?
The defendant's mother.
And was her cell phone seized at some point in the investigation?
I'd have to be refreshed by notes.
Okay. And then let me ask you this. We've had Special Agent Fennerin talk about a number of cell phones that he processed and produced cast data for. With that being said, was Helen Mosley's one of those phones that cast data was generated for?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Why were officers interested in looking at Nita McQuay's phone and Helen Mosley's phone?
Because the defendant had some sort of interaction with them that morning.
Okay. With that being said, when those phones were analyzed, both for Nita and for Helen Mosley, did that put them anywhere in the vicinity of that apartment complex or locations associated with Breasia, where her remains were later recovered?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
you can answer the question.
And, sorry, can you repeat it?
Yes, when the cast data was obtained from Nita McQuay's phone and Helen Mosley's phone, did that data, as far as the locations of those phones, ever place them in areas of interest where Breasia would have been located?
No.
Or even the area where her remains were recovered later?
No.
Okay, all right. Now, let's stay with that topic of Nita McQuay's residence. Did the defendant tell you that he had gone to his sister's that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any sense of when he did that after his, in relation to his contact with Officer Burkle?
From our conversation, it sounded like it was after the fact, and it was right before he came down to the police station.
Okay. Were there concerns about the phone being powered? Were there concerns when you saw that the phone had been powered on 3 separate occasions for Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yeah, I mean, average person, to have your phone go off and go on 3 times, but it's not even logging the time that it's turning off. It's definitely a confusing thing to read in a cell rate report.
Sure. If the phone had been powered on, would that then generate location information?
It would.
Okay. Given that Mr. Dinkins had changed shoes, were officers concerned about anything that he may be doing relative to himself and clothing items he may have been wearing earlier, or even bathing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. With that cell phone being powered off, were officers able to track his movements then that morning?
No, there wouldn't be a way in besides video surveillance or statements from witnesses.
And with respect to Nita McQuay's apartment, does her apartment have a bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to establish that Mr. Dinkins actually had done more than just change tennis shoes based on events throughout the night of July 10th after midnight, and even when you had your contact with him at the apartment or at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, there's video surveillance from the Quick Shop that shows the defendant wearing a different pair of shorts and a wife beater.
Okay, all right. And so then were there concerns that he could have potentially bathed even before coming down to the Davenport Police Department once that was discovered?
That's a possibility.
Okay. Now, if an individual bathes and changes clothes, is that going to potentially impact evidence that officers would seek from that subject and clothing that they were wearing?
That could affect what evidence we'd get out of or from the defendant, yes.
Were officers interested in any type of DNA evidence that existed in this investigation?
Yes,
And would that involve clothing worn by Mr. Dinkins?
yes,
And would that also involve any type of DNA that may have been on his body?
that is correct.
Would that include anything underneath his fingernails?
Yes,
Okay, and even anything in the area of his genital region?
that is also correct.
Your Honor, this would be a great breaking point for the state.
We will adjourn at this time. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Detective Obert, I'd like to go back to the discussion that we were having relative to the defendant having indicated he'd gone to his sister's house that morning. And when I'm talking about that morning, I'm talking relative to the time frame after his contact with Officer Burkle up at the apartment complex. Now, with Mr. Dinkins having indicated that, going back to his cellular phone, were steps taken to try and identify his location throughout the morning?
It was done through cell phone records.
Okay.
That a search warrant was applied for his cell phone records, and then those records were turned over to FBI CAST data agent Rich Fenner, who then was able to plot the defendant's phone's activities.
Did you get an opportunity to review the results of the survey Special Agent Fennerin did of Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also have an opportunity just to review the results of the surveys conducted of Nita McQuay's phone, his sister, and his mother, Helen Mosley?
Their cell phone records as well, yes.
Okay, and from your review, did that cell phone of Mr. Dinkins hit towers in the area of where Nita McQuay lived?
That is correct.
Okay, where does Helen Mosley live?
1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Does Mrs. Mosley live with her daughter, Nita McQuay?
Yes.
All right. And, Your Honor, may I utilize the Elmo?
You may.
Okay. Detective Obert, I'm going to direct you to State's Exhibit 62. I'd like to show you what that document is, just for purposes of perspective.
All right.
Okay? What is State's Exhibit 62?
It is the CAST data records and plotting of the defendant's phone number.
All right. And are these records that you had an opportunity to review once Special Agent Fennerin did his analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, relative to the activity for the cell phone that day, I'd like to direct your attention to page 25 of that exhibit. Okay. Now, in looking at this exhibit, let's go up to our legend there in the upper left-hand corner. Are there 3 entries on our legend?
There is.
Okay. Is there an entry that sets forth the address of Nita McQuay?
There is.
Okay. And what is noted on page 25 of State's Exhibit 62?
Just in general about the entire thing?
No, just her address.
Oh, it's 1321 East 39th Street.
Okay. Now, as we look at this particular exhibit, does this document then have an icon showing the location of where she resides? And I'm going to give you this pointer, and I want you to look back at what's displayed.
That would be the residence.
All right. For purposes of our written record, how is her residence denoted on this map?
It's a green box.
Okay. Did you?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that answer.
It's a green box.
Okay. Does that look green to you?
Yeah.
Are you colorblind?
Partially.
Oh, okay, all right. Now, is there also an icon for the address of 2744 East 53rd Street?
There is.
All right, and then can you show us what icon would represent that address? All right, and then I'll just ask you, what color does that appear to you on the diagram?
Red.
Red, okay, all right. All right, so if we look at this, what is the time frame that Mr. Dinkins is hitting off cell towers or sectors in the area of Nita McQuay's residence?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, as we look at this, what is the time frame that Mr. Dinkins' cell phone is hitting on cell towers and sectors within the area of Nita McQuay's residence?
From 9:35 a.m. to 9:44 a.m.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Going to page 26. As we look at page 26, again, if we go to our legend in that upper left corner, does it give us the address of Nita McQuay?
It does.
All right, can you show us where the icon is located on this page for where her residence is at? And then do we have Mr. Dinkins' cell phone hitting off towers in that area of town?
We do.
And what is the time frame for that?
9:44 a.m. to 9:52 a.m.
And then going to page 27. Actually, let me go ahead and move on beyond that. Going to page 29 of that exhibit. On page 29, in our legend, do we have the address for Nita McQuay?
We do.
Do we have Mr. Dinkins' cell phone hitting off cell towers in the area of her residence in this particular photograph?
That is correct.
And I shouldn't say photograph, but diagram. Can you show us what would represent the location of Nita McQuay's residence? And then, during what period of time do we have his cell phone up in the area of her residence?
At approximately 11:46 a.m.
Okay, what's our starting range though? The top line.
11:29, but that's showing down in the southwest portion of Davenport.
Okay, all right, very good. So as we're looking at page 29 then, between 11:29 a.m. and 11:46 a.m., do we have him in two separate locations?
Yes.
Okay, so toward the 11:29 a.m., where is his cell phone hitting?
Southwest part of Davenport.
Can you go ahead and show that to us there on the diagram? Is that cell tower located anywhere in the area of Schmidt Road?
Schmidt Road's not on that portion.
Of the diagram?
Correct.
Okay, and then can you show us where the Mississippi River is? And then toward the 11:46, is that where he's back up toward Miss McQuay's residence?
That is correct.
All right, and then finally, directing your attention to page 30 of this exhibit. In the legend, do we have Nita McQuay's residence again?
We do.
And is his cell phone hitting off towers near her residence?
Yes.
Can you show us the icon that would represent her residence? All right, and then do we have an entry for the Davenport Police Department?
We do.
And how is that represented in this particular image?
With a blue icon, and it says PD.
Can you show us where that's located at? What time would Mr. Dinkins' phone be up by Nita McQuay's residence?
Approximately 11:49.
And then what time then do we have his cell phone hitting a tower down at the Davenport Police Department?
At approximately 11:55 a.m.
what were the locations that Nita McQuay and Helen Mosley were identified as having been at? And actually, I want to rephrase that. What were the activities that they engaged in that morning?
Through statements made or through cell data.
We'll talk about the cell data, but through statements made.
Nita McQuay, in an interview, advised she went to the dog park, Northwest Dog Park, and then her and Helen Mosley eventually went to Meskwaki Casino.
Where's the Meskwaki Casino located?
Tama, Iowa, and that's northwest from here.
Okay. Did that bear out with what was noted in the CAS data for each of their cell phones?
That was.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit number 110. Look at that.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the CAS data for Helen Mosley's phone number.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 111. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 111?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the CAS data for Nita McQuay's cell phone number.
Your Honor, may I use the Elmo to go through some documentation in each of these exhibits?
You may.
Focusing on State's Exhibit 111, Nita McQuay's CAS data for her cell phone. Page 4 of this exhibit. What is our date and time range on page 4 for Nita McQuay's phone?
It is from 12:58 p.m. on July 9th, 2020 to 8:26 a.m. on July 10th, 2020.
And generally, where is her cell phone located?
To the area of the apartment at 1321 East 39th Street.
Page 5. What do we have for activity here?
It is on July 10th, 2020 from 8:38 a.m. to 8:58 a.m.
Okay, and then what type of activity do we see relative to Nita McQuay's phone?
Appears like it's making some sort of movement from the northwest portion of Davenport back to the apartment.
All right, and would that be outside of areas associated with Andrea Culberson's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page 6. What is documented for Nita McQuay's phone?
It's from July 10th, 2020, from 9 a.m. to 10:13 a.m.
What are we seeing as far as activity associated with that phone?
Looks to be the general area of the apartment complex
And
of
which-
1321 East 39th Street.
Her apartment complex?
Yes,
And is her apartment shown as an icon on page 6?
it is.
Could you please point that out for us so that we can see where that's at? All right. Going to page 7 then. What do we have here?
Cell tower data from 10:13 a.m. to 12:28 p.m.
And then what do we have as far as movement of that cell phone?
At 10:13 a.m. it's in Davenport, and then its progression or movement is northwest, and appears to be 12:09 p.m. I can't make out any of those towns that are marked.
Okay. Where's Tama located on this diagram, though? And is that represented by an icon on page 7?
It is.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 110 for Helen Mosley. What is the date and time range noted on page 3 of this image?
July 10th, 2020, from 7:55 a.m. to 8:38 a.m.
Is there an icon for her residence there?
There is.
Can you show us where that is? And is her cell phone then hitting off towers in that sector?
It is.
Okay. Going to page 4. What do we have here?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, 8:38 a.m. to 9:30 a.m.
Is there an icon showing where she would have resided?
Yes.
Show us where that is at. And then is her cell phone hitting on towers in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page 5. What are we seeing here?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, from 9:30 a.m. to 9:54 a.m.
Okay, and then is there an icon to show where she lives at?
There is.
Where's that at? And again, is her cell phone hitting off towers in that area?
Yes.
Going to page 6. What do we have in page 6?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, from 10:19 a.m. to 12:06 p.m.
And what is happening there?
Very similar movements, are almost the same as Nita McQuay's cell records.
Okay. So based on that information, were the cell phones of Nita McQuay and Helen Mosley away from their residence at points in time when the defendant would have been over there at the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any overlapping times when his phone places him in the area of the apartment, and that would be Nita and Mosley's, where their cell phones are there?
That is correct. That happens around 9:40 a.m.
All right. And then as we get later on in the morning then, is that where you see a separation of the family members' cell phones hitting at different locations as compared to his?
That is correct. Their movement starts at around 10:13, 10:15 a.m.
Okay, all right. I just want to go back and then speak to one issue, so this is clear for our record. When you were speaking with Mr. Dinkins about his cell phone, the contact name that he has for Aisha Langford in his cell phone was what?
Little Dink.
So any entry that has Little Dink would actually be the telephone number for Aisha Langford in his records?
That is correct.
All right. The next topic of conversation. Mr. Dinkins did identify for you a specific location that he went in the middle of the night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What location was that?
There's two over the middle of the night, 509 Taylor Street, and then the second one, the Quick Shop.
Okay.
On West 53rd Street.
All right. Where is that Quick Shop located in reference to a business that we would have all been familiar with at some time?
Um,
Across the street from it.
North High School, and the North YMCA is
Okay.
across the street from it.
All right. And would that be in the vicinity of what would have been the old Menards?
Yes,
Okay. So 53rd for our record runs what direction?
east-west,
All right, and then, so what side of the street would the Quick Shop be on?
south side of the street.
If you are at the apartment complex there at Jersey Meadows, and you come out onto 53rd, what direction do you have to travel to get to the Quick Shop?
West.
All right. In the middle of the night, how would you describe the traffic flow on 53rd?
In my experience on night shift patrol for 2.5 years, at 3 in the morning, it's pretty light traffic.
That being said then, can an individual travel fairly quickly from the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows to the Quick Shop?
Yes, they would run less chance of running into traffic or being stalled in the middle of traffic.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, did he give you any idea of when he believed he had gone to the Quick Shop?
No.
Okay. Did he ever pinpoint a time for anything in that interview?
The only thing he said it was after hours.
After hours? And after hours meaning what?
We didn't really elaborate much more on that.
All right. Were you provided a frame of reference to work with to establish when he had gone to the Quick Shop?
There was no time given, no.
Let me be just a little bit more, I guess, be a little clearer. When Andrea Culberson was interviewed, did she give us times to work with for his movement during the middle of the night?
The only thing she could account for is at 3 a.m. when she woke up, he was no longer there. And then at approximately 3:30 a.m. is when the defendant arrived at the apartment complex and left shortly thereafter.
And at 3:30 a.m., was that the time when she looked out that bedroom window?
That is correct.
And at 3:30 a.m., when she looked out that bedroom window, what did she report seeing?
Seeing Breasia standing on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. Does that framework then have any bearing on what you would have done relative to video surveillance camera at the Quick Shop?
Yeah, the objective there, regardless of even that time, was just to get a general recovery of video footage from the Quick Shop to establish when the defendant would have went there.
Okay, let's step outside that discussion for the time being, and I'd like to establish a general framework for how the collection of video surveillance footage worked. All right, was there a massive canvass done of areas here in Davenport?
There was.
Okay, looking for what?
Either canvass of witnesses that have seen anything or have seen Breasia, and then video surveillance that would capture either her whereabouts or any other things related to her disappearance.
Okay, what areas of town were the canvassing, where was the canvassing conducted to try and collect video surveillance footage that would show us movements?
We collected almost the entire city of Davenport. I mean, we had a bunch from the southwest end, a bunch around the area of the apartment complex, and then it was roughly 100 different businesses that were canvassed.
Okay. Outside of Scott County, were there areas that were canvassed for video surveillance?
Yes.
Describe.
There was video collection along Highway 61, along Highway 30, and then into Clinton as well. There was a large video collection canvas.
Okay. Were there a significant amount of video, or was there a significant amount of video footage that was seized from various locations?
There was.
Okay. With the collection of a significant amount of video footage, then describe what process was put in place to conduct a review and determine whether any of that video footage was relevant to this investigation.
The detectives that would go out to the field to try to recover that video footage, they would make contact with either the manager of the business, or if it's on a personal residence, they would talk with the owner. Depending on how that video footage could get downloaded, the detective would either bring a thumb drive or bring a DVD that it could be downloaded onto. Things were checked in place on timestamp to make sure that was accurate from that, so that could be reported accordingly when reviewing the video footage. Once that was collected from the detective, from the business owner, or the person that lives at that residence, it was taken down at the station, and then turned over to what we call light duty officers or other detectives that are at the station that were assigned strictly to video review.
Okay. Now, in that video review, were there characteristics and vehicle descriptions that were provided for each of these officers so that they could use that to determine whether or not there was relevant activity in any of the footage?
Yes. When it came to stuff around Davenport, obviously the focus was, number one is everyone knew what Breasia looked like, and so to keep that in mind while reviewing video footage. And then the Highway 61 or Highway 30, it was relayed to them that the maroon Impala that was Andrea Culberson's was a point of interest.
Okay. Why was that a point of interest along Highway 61 and even going into Clinton?
Because the defendant is located at the Walmart in Clinton at from approximately 6:51 a.m. to 7:10 a.m.
All right. And what vehicle was he associated with?
The maroon Impala is registered to Andrea Culberson.
Were there any types of identifiers on the maroon Chevy Impala that would help distinguish it from any other maroon Chevy Impala that might be out driving in Davenport, along the highway, or even in Clinton?
There was a couple different distinct features about it. Have very dark tinted windows. The sticker on the back passenger trunk, and then there's also, that's white in color, and then there's also a sticker on the driver's side windshield that would be distinct from other vehicles having that.
Okay. And then were those characteristics utilized to determine whether or not you were observing the correct Chevy Impala?
It was one of the things that we used, yes.
Okay. Now, if video footage was determined to have something relevant, was that submitted to someone within the Detective Bureau to review and verify if it was significant to this investigation?
Yes.
Explain.
We had our own working spreadsheet of different vehicles that we thought could be the defendants or any other thing of significant evidentiary value. When that was logged into that spreadsheet, I would go in and take a look, and then I would review that stuff separate and determine if it was considered relevant or not to the investigation.
By going through that process, then, were you able to narrow down all of that video footage to specific locations where the Chevy Impala was traveling through?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now let's jump back in to where we left off. So, at 3:30 a.m., we're at that point in time where Andrea's looked out the window and described Mr. Dinkins leaving the apartment. At the quick shop, then, was there activity associated directly with Mr. Dinkins and that maroon Chevy Impala?
That is correct.
Describe.
The defendant and the maroon Chevy Impala arrive into the parking lot of the quick shop at approximately 3:33 a.m. The defendant gets out of the vehicle and enters into the quick shop and purchases $35 worth of gas and 2 Newport packs of cigarettes, and then a separate transaction was made for 1 Bic lighter.
Was there a receipt that was obtained for that transaction?
There was.
Okay. We've heard testimony from Detective Poyer relative to that receipt, and then photographs taken of the gas pumps to show the prices of the different gasolines available. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
All right. So to be clear, is Mr. Dinkins captured pumping gas into that car?
Yes.
And then as he comes into the store, can we clearly see what type of clothing he is wearing and what type of shoes he has on?
The pumping of the gas would have been after he exited the store.
Certainly, but as
Okay.
he's coming into the store initially
Yes,
and even exiting, can we see what he's wearing
that is correct.
and the shoes? When you watched that video footage, what did you notice about the behavior of Mr. Dinkins when he went into the store?
At a point while he's at the counter, at approximately 3:34 a.m., he glances out to his left, which would be out towards the parking lot where his car would be parked. He makes 7 glances within a minute span.
Okay. Did that catch your attention?
Just off common sense, it appeared to me that he was concerned about something out in the parking lot, most likely his vehicle.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Dinkins have any keys in his possession?
He did. He had a lanyard that was that's shown on video, so that would, again, reduce the thought of he's not worried about it getting stolen because he has the keys with him, and the Impala headlights do go out while he's still inside the business.
Okay. And then, as far as his pulling into the parking lot, can you see the vehicle where it pulled up to a gas pump?
Yes.
With the tint on the windows, are you able to see anything inside the vehicle?
You cannot.
When he pulled into that parking lot, was there any other vehicles out in the area of the gas pumps?
Not in the area of the gas pumps.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 151, and feel free to get into that envelope.
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 151?
It is the quick shop footage from 201 West 53rd Street. It is strictly from the time period of 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. on July 10th.
All right. Does that capture the activity of Mr. Dinkins when he pulls into that parking lot, enters the store, leaves, pumps gas, and departs the parking lot?
It does.
All right. Now, as far as how that surveillance system is set up there at the quick shop, give us a perspective of what it would appear like if that disc was utilized.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, explain how it would be formatted.
In its original format, it requires a player that was downloaded when the video footage was downloaded. When you'd open up the player itself, you would have to then go into the files, individual different camera angles. It only can show 4 different angles at one time, but there's 6 different angles inside the store and outside the store. And then you would click play, and then you can kind of jump into different times throughout that hour.
Okay. Now, were you able to take that feed and just create one continuous feed from the point in time that he came into the parking lot, entered the store, left, pumped gas, and departed?
That is correct.
Okay. So within that exhibit, is there a thumb drive that would include that consistent feed you have been able to produce? And I have it over here.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And have you had an opportunity just to review the feed that you put down on the thumb drive, or put onto the thumb drive?
I was.
And is it consistent with what you would see in the disc format, but not just having to jump from frame to frame to frame, depending upon the camera angle?
Yeah, so it'll go to different camera angles on that, whereas compared to this, you have to watch them all separately.
Sure. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 151, is that right?
Yes.
With the understanding that both the disc and the thumb drive are being offered, I have no objections at all.
Ms. Cunningham, can you verify that, please?
That is correct, and Your Honor, on the exhibit sticker, in addition to marking it as State's Exhibit 151, I noted disc and thumb drive.
Thank you very much. With that, Exhibit 151 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may we play this exhibit?
You may.
Let me put it in the next one. All right, we're ready, Your Honor. Was this camera accurate?
Yes.
Or I shouldn't say camera, was the time accurate for this footage?
So there is no timestamp on this one. But in the disc, when it shows, the timestamp is 2 minutes off.
Okay, so if it were to say 3:31, what time would it actually be?
3:33.
Okay. What has happened here?
The defendant has exited the vehicle and is now walking towards the quick shop.
And then can we see that lanyard?
Yes.
Now, as he's walking in, and let me pause this video if I could. How would you describe the clothing that he was wearing?
The subject is wearing a black do-rag, a white wife beater. Looks like white/blue shorts with a little darker blue on it, well as possibly some pink. And then he's wearing gold shoes.
All right. Yeah, and so we're just going to go back just a little bit so that we can see that again as he's walking in. All right. And were those gold shoes consistent with what you observed when you were watching Officer Burkle's video, body-worn camera video?
It was.
Now, what do we need to pay attention to?
The subject glances out towards the vehicle.
How is he paying for this transaction?
With cash.
And what happened here?
It appears he might have was about to walk out with some of his change.
Now, in this segment, what did we see him doing?
Exit the quick shop and walk back towards the vehicle.
Okay. Initially, when we saw him coming back from the door, was that where he was turning to pick up whatever item had been left there on the counter?
That is correct.
And Detective Obert, what happens at this point?
Appears the defendant is pumping gas into the vehicle.
Okay. In the video, even when Mr. Dinkins, does he get in the car now?
Yeah, I just showed him briefly get in the car.
And just based on your observations, did he leave the gas pump going while he sat in the car?
It's due to the quality of the video footage and the car blocking majority of that. I can't say for certain. I would assume.
Okay. Can you even see him in the car from this video footage?
No,
All right. So does he stay in there just for a little bit before he gets back out?
that is correct.
And what's the weather like this time of year?
And during the summer months, I mean, it's cool. All depends on the weather for that day, but fairly warm in July.
What has happened now?
He exited the vehicle and is back towards where the gas tank would be, or the spot to put gas in.
Now, as he exits the lot, what direction would he be traveling?
East.
Okay. What would that take him toward that becomes relevant to conversation that we're going to be having here in a bit?
Continuing on 53rd Street would get you towards Welcome Way in Brady.
Okay. And which of those two streets would take you out of town onto Highway 61?
Brady,
Brady runs what direction?
north-south.
Okay. But if you catch Brady in that location, is that simply a one-way going out of town?
It is a one-way going north.
Okay. Now, we can't see a time counter on the footage that you've been able to put into that stream on this thumb drive, but did you document the time of arrival and the time of departure so that we've got a perspective of the time element associated with this activity?
That is correct.
Okay. Could you give that to us for purposes of our record?
The approximate time that he arrives is between 3:32 and 3:33 a.m. And then the time that he's leaving is approximately 3:38 a.m.
All right. Detective Obert, depending upon the clock in Andrea Culberson's apartment, would that be a sufficient amount of time to travel from Jersey Meadows over to the quick shop with minimal to no traffic on 53rd at this time of night?
If we're considering it to be exactly 3:30 a.m., it is a possibility to get there in 3 minutes.
Sure. What's the distance between the two locations?
I imagine a couple miles.
Okay. Now, I want you to look at State's Exhibit 38. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
I am.
How are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
It's a printout that I worked with Sergeant Pfeiffer on that covers the overview of Davenport and Scott County as well as Clinton County, and it shows our defendants' movements on the day of July 10th.
As we look at this exhibit, we need you to provide some further explanation. Sergeant Pfeiffer described just the general map and areas that were depicted on this map, but are there various images that have been placed on the map for Scott County and Clinton County?
Yes, majority of them are stills of the maroon Chevy Impala, along with the associated times it would have been traveling past that camera. And then there's also the still of the defendant himself with a cart with 2 bottles of bleach inside it, and the receipt next to that.
Okay. For each image that appears, does it give us the location where that vehicle would have been traveling at to be captured on video surveillance footage?
Yes,
Does it give us a direction of travel?
it does.
And then does it give us a time?
That is correct.
All right. Do all of these images come from video surveillance footage that was identified as being relevant to this investigation?
That is correct.
All right. Give me a moment if you could. Okay. On State's Exhibit 38, do we have an entry that has been placed on the map for activity there at the Quick Shop? And then if you would like, go ahead and step down, look at the map, and then take your pointer, and then go back to the microphone and explain what it is that you're seeing.
The arrow that I just pointed to was showing 3:38 a.m. Of the maroon Impala traveling eastbound.
And would that be its time of departure?
From the Quick Shop, yes.
All right. Let's reflect back to statements that Mr. Dinkins made during his interview. When Mr. Dinkins was talking about locations that he had traveled after his contact with Mr. Burkle, do you recall him referencing possibly going down to the RV, but he couldn't quite remember if he had or not?
Yes, he wasn't sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha.
All right. And then what was his stated purpose for going out to the RV?
To get gas money.
Okay. And why did he need to go out to the RV to get gas money based on?
He was running low on fuel, according to his statement.
Okay. Did he give you an idea of what little cash he had on his person that would have prompted him to go out to the RV to get cash?
We did not have that discussion, no.
All right. With the receipt that was obtained by Detective Poyer for the transaction at the Quick Shop, did it set forth the items purchased,
Yes,
the cost of those items purchased,
that is correct.
how those purchases were paid for,
Yes,
and the denomination of bill or bills that was given to complete the transactions we observed?
so we'll give the total, and then it says cash next to it. The total is $51 and some change, and then it says cash change on the next line, and that was $48 and some change.
Gotcha. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88-1, which was already introduced into the record. May I approach?
You may.
All right. So I'm handing you State's Exhibit 88-1. I'd like for you to look at that. Did you review this receipt after your interview of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes,
Okay. And was this actually seized a little bit of time after your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
yes, I believe it was a week or so.
Okay. With the purchase of gasoline at the Quick Shop, how much gas was purchased?
$35 worth.
What is the gallon capacity for the gas tank on a 2007 Chevy Impala?
17 gallons.
Looking at the gas prices in the following exhibits, 8-2, and I don't remember what the last number is, give that to us.
88-3, 3 through 5.
All right. In looking at the gas prices for low grade, mid grade, and premium, a purchase of $35, what would that be consistent with?
So if if the defendant were to fill up with unleaded, which is 87, at $2.14 a gallon, that would bring you to about 16.3 gallons worth of gas.
Okay. And then so with the $35 purchase, does that suggest that he filled up the tank of gas there?
Yes, that would almost fill it completely.
Okay. That being said, then, what are the items that were documented as being purchased?
2 packs of Newport cigarettes and $35 worth of gasoline.
What was the total cost of items purchased?
$51.63.
And what was the amount of change that he received back?
$48.37.
Recognizing that, did he make any other purchase that morning that we know about?
Just following this, he did pay for that lighter, and that was $2 and some change.
Got it. All right. And then did he make any additional purchase that morning that law enforcement was able to establish?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would direct counsel to State's Exhibit 87, which has already been introduced. May I approach?
You may.
Okay. Handing you State's Exhibit 87. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 87?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 87?
It's a Walmart receipt from the defendant on July 10th.
Does that reflect the purchase that he made at the Walmart in Clinton?
It does.
What was the cost for the 2 bottles of bleaches that he purchased?
The total was $9.46.
All right. So if you were to subtract the bleach and that lighter from the change that he had received, where would he have been as far as cash that he would have had on his person?
Approximately $35 to $36.
All right. Is that distinctly different than his statement to you that he only had a couple of dollars on his person and had to go out to the RV?
Yeah, I mean, he was able to fill up almost the entire tank with $35 that night, and if he has that same amount still on him, he can fill that up whenever he needs to.
Okay. When the search warrant was obtained to drop the gas tank, to identify how much gas was still left in the tank, how much gas was still left in the tank?
4 gallons.
And again, what was the total capacity of this gas tank?
17.
Why were officers interested in knowing how much gas was still left in that tank?
It was to try to help establish how much distance was traveled with that Impala.
Normally, if a gas tank is filled up, generally, how many miles will you get out of a particular tank of gas?
Objection, this witness is not qualified to give such an opinion.
It's sustained.
All right, and let me ask you this, then. What type of vehicle do you drive?
2016 Chevy Silverado.
Okay. What's the capacity on your gas tank?
21.
21? All right. Just as a frame of reference, if you fill that up, how many miles, total miles, can you get out of that tank of gas?
Objection, irrelevant and immaterial to the issue in this case.
Your Honor, I think it bears a lot of relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. From there, did you collect still photos from that video surveillance footage or generate still photos from that video surveillance footage at the Quick Shop?
I did for my own, but I believe in what you're referencing to, that was done by the FBI and provided to us.
Okay, and then did you go through and review each of those still images?
I did.
Okay, does it give us a date and a time count for the surveillance cameras there, either outside the store or inside the store?
It does, and the timestamp on there is what would have been on if you were to play it as the player and not real time.
Okay, and again, what adjustment would need to be made? How many minutes?
2 minutes,
Okay, so if it says 3:30 on the counter, what then would that adjust to?
3:32.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
It is still photos of the video footage we just watched of the Quick Shop and the defendant arriving there, purchasing gas and cigarettes, and filling up his vehicle and leaving.
Okay, and then as we go through these still images, will it have a point in time where he is captured in an image where we can definitively see his clothing and what it looked like?
There is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. All right, just to set the stage, what do we see on page 1?
You see the top picture is the headlights of the Impala as it's coming into the parking lot.
Okay. What direction is it traveling into the parking lot?
It's traveling east.
Okay, and then does it show it in that bottom photograph where it's parked?
It does.
Okay, now these next few pages, let's just go through these. Is this page 2 more photographs of what we see out in the parking lot before he enters the store?
It is.
Page 3, would that be the case?
Yes.
Page 4, would that be the case?
Yes, and the bottom one shows him getting closer to the door.
Okay, and then so as we look at that, and let me go back and look at page 4 real quick. All right. Would that be Mr. Dinkins more down here toward the lower portion?
It is.
Okay, and then page 5?
More of the same.
Okay, now, what point do we have him approaching that outside door as documented on page 6?
You can faintly see he hasn't entered the store yet, but he's at the door.
Okay,
And
so the counter says what time?
the timestamp on the sheet says 3:31:45, but
Which
it
would
would be 3:33:45.
And then in our bottom photograph?
He's just now entering the store.
All right, now on page 7, does that simply show him there at the counter as purchases are being made?
It does.
Page 8, would that also be the case?
It does.
Page 9, is that also the case?
Yes,
Page 10, is that also the case?
it is.
Page 11, is that also the case?
It is.
Page 12, is that also the case for that top photograph?
Yes.
Detective Obert, There are a number of images associated with his presence there at the cash register. Were there certain things in particular that was being captured as he stood there in the photograph?
Yes, there was a few of them, of stills, where you can see the direction of his head is facing out towards the parking lot.
Will that give us a sense of how many times he kept looking out toward the parking lot as you go through those series of photographs?
Yes.
All right, now let's go to page 13. On page 13, what do we have here?
The top one is him getting closer to the entrance doors, and then the bottom one is him entering the business.
Okay, so is this at the point of his first entry?
Yes.
All right, as we look then at this photograph, or these photographs, give us very specific physical descriptors. First of all, for his top.
For his what?
His top.
Yes.
Give us
White,
a very
white wife beater.
Okay, the shorts.
Again, they're white or blue, or light blue, and then with darker blue and possibly some pink on them as well that come at it at like an angle for some sort of emblem or signature on there.
Okay, and then the shoes.
If you want to push
Pull it
it
up,
slightly
sure.
up.
I will,
because I'll have a
absolutely.
Clear shot, yep. So there are the gold shoes that were also seen on Officer Burkle's body camera.
Going back to State's Exhibit 128, looking at what he was wearing when he came into the police department, and even looking at what he was wearing as far as clothing when he dealt with Officer Burkle. Is the t-shirt different?
Compared to the Quick Shop, yes.
Are the shorts different?
Yes.
In search warrants that were applied for, were search warrants looking for the clothing that he had on when he was in the Quick Shop?
We were set out to look for those pieces of articles of clothing, sorry.
What steps were taken to try and identify the articles of clothing that he was wearing there at the Quick Shop?
Can you re-ask that question?
Yeah. What steps were taken to try and locate the articles of clothing he was wearing as depicted in the Quick Shop video?
Search warrants at several residents and vehicles.
All right, which vehicles?
The maroon Chevy Impala, the Camaro, the black Camaro with the features or the imprints on them, and then as well as the Kings Highway motorhome that is registered to Nita McQuay, the apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd Street, and Nita McQuay's apartment complex at 1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4, as well as 1909 Grand Avenue.
Okay, I'll talk with you about 1909 Grand Avenue here in a minute. Were those shorts, that t-shirt, and those gold shoes ever located in the course of the investigation?
The shorts, we are confident to say we did not locate those. The wife beater, white, that's a fairly common thing to have, so we might have come across a couple of those in one of the search warrants.
Certainly. In the back of the black Camaro, was there a white wife beater's t-shirt?
I can't speak on that.
Okay, all right. Did Mr. Dinkins actually have more than like one of the white t-shirts that you noted when he came into the department?
Through search warrants, yes, we were
Okay.
able to locate multiple white t-shirts.
And the white wife beater t-shirt, was that another article of clothing that was more common for him?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then did you ever locate the gold shoes?
No.
What's the significance of 1909 Grand Avenue?
The defendant had phone communication with a subject by the name of Genesis Johnson the night on July 9th. So detectives went out and spoke with her. Her first statements to police was that she hung out with the defendant that night. So when we executed a search warrant on that residence to try to locate those items that we just mentioned.
And were they located at the residence of Genesis Johnson?
They were not.
To this date, were those gold shoes ever located?
No.
to this date, were those shorts ever located?
No.
All right, and then because of the nature of the T-shirt that he was wearing, do you believe that you've ever located that T-shirt?
I can't say confidently yes
Sure.
or no.
Going back to State's Exhibit then 14, very simply, or page 14 of State's Exhibit 145.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, going back to our Exhibit 145, looking at page 14.
All right.
Just tell us what we're seeing here.
Subject entering the store.
On page 15,
The top one looks like he's about to head out, but then he's turning back on the bottom one.
page 16,
He's walking out of the store,
okay, page 17,
walking towards the vehicle.
page 18,
Still looks like he's walking towards the vehicle.
19,
He's getting closer to the vehicle.
and then actually from pages 20 through 36, is it just more of the still images capturing what we see out in the parking lot?
Yes, which was captured in the video we watched.
Okay, and then finally, let's just go to that last page for a time stamp. What time do we have him departing?
It's at 3:36 on the timestamp, but accurate and true time would be 3:38.
Okay. Detective Albert, after you concluded your interview of Mr. Dinkins, what was your next step in the investigation?
After I was done interviewing the defendant, I also spoke with Aisha Langford and DL
Okay, where did that conversation take place?
at the Davenport Police Station.
Okay, what was the substance of your conversations with Aisha Langford?
Again, gathering her information and then understanding the family dynamics of Breasia Terrell and DL and relationship with the defendant, and then how it came to be on the defendant having Breasia and DL for that night, and also clothing that was packed or worn as a part of it as well.
Okay, in those discussions that you had with Aisha Langford, did she indicate to you where she had been at on July 9th when Mr. Dinkins came to pick up DL and then Breasia ultimately ended up leaving and going with the two subjects?
She advised she was at work, which is on Checkers on East Locust Street.
And actually, did you go ahead and collect her time card records just to lock down the times that she had been at work?
Yes, included what she was scheduled to work and then her actual timestamps.
All right,
time
and I would
punches.
I would represent, we've introduced that through Miss Langford. All right, now, when you were talking about the clothing items, though, was there any discussion about whether or not she would have packed pajamas for the children?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did that particular fact become something of interest when considering what happened after the children took their baths that night there at the apartment?
The changing of the kids' clothes, or, for example, what we've heard is the changing of them into the large white T-shirts provided by the defendant.
Okay, and then what size of T-shirt are we dealing with when we talk about large white T-shirts?
For the one that was located on the defendant on that day, it was a 4XL.
All right. Was there a large white T-shirt located with the skeletal remains of Breasia?
There was.
And what size was that?
4XL.
All right. Now, when you talked with Miss Langford at the department that day, could she provide you any definitive information about the shoes that Breasia would have been wearing when she went with Mr. Dinkins?
There was at least establish some sort of sandal or flip-flop or slide, and potentially white or blue.
Okay. And beyond that, was there discussion of a potential pink flip-flop that she may have been wearing?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as you went throughout the course of the day then, law enforcement, in terms of their perspective and what they would be looking for as far as clothing for Breasia or shoes that she potentially would have been wearing, what was in play?
The sandals, because Aisha Langford did just get some of the clothing back. So the sandal and then potentially some black shorts that she was wearing as pajamas, and then large white t-shirt.
Okay, all right, all right.
The
And
4XL, sorry.
the 4XL, okay, so what were the the shoes then that we were looking for?
The flip-flops or sandals that were possibly pink or blue or white.
Gotcha, gotcha. Now, once you concluded your interview with Miss Langford, who did you speak with next?
DL.
All right. What time of day would your interview with Aisha Langford have started?
Approximately 1:48 p.m.
So were you done with your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes,
Any information you gained from Aisha Langford then, did you not have that? You didn't have that information available when you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, would that be fair to say?
that would be fair to say.
And then when you spoke with DL, describe what occurred during that conversation.
We talked about the activities over the course of the night, and then what happened this morning.
Okay. Did DL provide information about where he, his father, and Breasia went after Mr. Dinkins picked them up at Grandma's house?
He provided the apartment complex as
Okay.
the place that they went.
Okay. But before that, did he talk about them having stopped off at a friend's of Mr. Dinkins?
Another friend's, yes.
Okay. And then did he describe what it is that they did at that friend's house?
Played video games.
Was that consistent with what Mr. Dinkins had reported to you?
Yes.
All right. And then the address you were able to identify as what address?
509 Taylor Street.
And that came through here, who?
Just through conversation with the defendant, and we were able to figure out that's where that
Okay.
subject lived after he identified who that was.
And then when law enforcement reached out to Vincent Howard, did he corroborate essentially what Mr. Dinkins and DL had reported?
That's correct.
All right. After going to the Howard residence, then DL, did he indicate the next location that the three of them would have gone to?
The apartment complex.
Okay. Did you know what vehicle the three parties were in that day when Mr. Dinkins picked them up?
It was mentioned the Camaro, but in my interview with the defendant, he wasn't entirely sure.
Okay. Was the child pretty certain about what vehicle it was?
Yes.
And did Danita Gardner even know what vehicle it was? And I don't know if, well, you didn't interview Danita Gardner, did you?
I did later in the investigation, later on in the investigation.
And then did she know what vehicle Mr. Dinkins had picked the children up in?
It was advised the Camaro.
All right. Then was there a description by DL about what happened after they left the Howard residence?
They went up to the apartment.
Okay. What did the activities consist of?
Playing video games, eating supper. He went into detail about popcorn and two other things. Blanking on that, sorry. And then they also showered that night as well.
Okay. And then after showering, what information was provided to you about what happened?
That DL and Breasia were in the bedroom for the remainder of the night, and that Andrea and the defendant were in the living room for the remainder of the night until several of the parties fell asleep.
Okay. Did DL ever report being awakened by something?
Not in my interview, but it was relayed that he was kicked at some point,
Okay.
or that he woke up and started crying and realized Breasia wasn't there.
All right. You described interviewing him. You'd also mentioned another detective was involved in the interview of a DL, is that right?
That is correct.
Was that a topic of discussion that he had with the other detective?
Yes.
And who is that detective?
Detective Hamas.
All right. And then as far as what happened in the middle of the night, leading up to the discovery that Breasia was no longer there in the apartment,
I'm sorry, can you?
then what was the further discussion about what happened throughout the middle of the night and his discussions about the discovery of Breasia no longer being there in the apartment?
He talked about Andrea calling out to him to have him come into the living room. And then at some point, it's realized that the defendant comes back and then takes DL with him.
Okay. And so is that the point in time where he is awake and actively describing events that are developing?
Yes.
Okay. Once Mr. Dinkins picks DL up, does that give us information relative to where he had been traveling that morning?
Yes, and we found that out through video surveillance and the defendant's cell phone records.
Okay, all right. So, the child's description of what happened, was it consistent with independent evidence that corroborated what the child had said?
As far as to what point?
Let's talk about the Walmart area.
It does.
Okay. What happened up there in Walmart, or at Walmart in Clinton?
They arrive at the Walmart parking lot at approximately 6:50 a.m. The defendant exits out of the vehicle, goes up to the doors, tries both doors, is realizing that the store is not open. He returns back to the vehicle. They leave the lot at approximately 6:54 a.m. They come back into the lot at 6:57 a.m. The defendant exits the vehicle at 6:58 a.m., goes up to the doors, has to wait outside for several minutes. He's not able to get inside Walmart until 7:04 a.m. And then he is seen purchasing bleach, and then he exits and gets back towards his vehicle and leaves at approximately 7:10 a.m.
Okay. Did the child provide any information as to why there would have been that ping that was noted having occurred on a cell tower in the area of Comanche and Clinton?
According to interviews with other detectives, DL advised that he grabbed the defendant's cell phone out of this center console and put the battery back in the phone and powered it on. This happened at 7:02 and 7:03 a.m. This would have been while the defendant was outside of the vehicle.
Okay, all right. And would that have placed Mr. Dinkins inside the store?
He'd been at the front entrance doors.
Oh, at the front entrance doors, waiting to enter?
Waiting to enter. He doesn't enter until 7:04 a.m.
All right. And then in the child's statement, did he indicate what he did when Mr. Dinkins exited that store?
The DL advised that he took the battery back out of the phone and put it back where he found it.
Why?
So the defendant wouldn't find out that he was messing with the phone.
And then, of course, when we talk about location information from the cell phone at that point in time, did we have any information other than that ping?
No.
Okay. Did you review video footage that had been flagged by light-duty officers showing a path of travel for that Impala out of Davenport and to the Walmart in Clinton?
That is correct.
Describe.
Detective Rashi was reviewing mile marker 124 camera, which is on Highway 61, just north of Davenport. She noted a maroon Impala passing that mile marker 124 at 6:11 a.m. We are confident that that's the one because of the sticker on the rear trunk, as described earlier, that when comparing images of Andrea Culberson's maroon Impala, that's why we can say it's that vehicle. And then we have it again at Posh Farms, which is 6441 Lincoln Way, just west of Clinton, and that it's seen on that camera at 6:43 a.m.
On State's Exhibit 38, can you show us where mile marker 124 is? Okay. Now, is there a still image that was taken from that video surveillance footage showing that path of travel at 6:11 a.m.?
There is.
Okay. What direction is the Impala traveling?
North.
Okay. Do you identify the time and video footage or location of where that video footage was taken?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, looking at Highway 61, what would have been the path of travel of the vehicle then, based on observations made at Posh Farms? Presumably.
Presumably, it would have taken Highway 61 north and then gotten off at the Highway 30 exit and then would continue east towards into Clinton. And then what I'm marking now is what Posh Farms would have captured on their camera at 6:43 a.m.
What direction was the Impala traveling on at that time on Highway 30?
East.
East, okay. And then do you have an image from the Posh Farm video surveillance footage that shows that vehicle traveling east on Highway 30?
It is not displayed here.
Okay. However, is there an image that will show that vehicle traveling back past that location?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an entry, though, that is not an image, but an entry for Posh Farms that gives us the time it traveled past that location going east into town?
That is correct.
Show us where that's at and indicate what is documented.
6:43 a.m. on 7/10/2020 eastbound.
All right. And then after the vehicle passes Posh Farms, is it captured on any other video surveillance footage before going into the Walmart store?
At First Central Bank in Clinton, which is just around the corner from the Walmart, and that's at 6:49 a.m.
Okay. Once it passes First Central State Bank, does it enter the Walmart store?
It enters the Walmart parking lot, yes.
Okay, the Walmart parking lot. All right, now do we have a still image on this diagram for what was noted in that video surveillance footage from First State Central Bank?
It is not depicted here, no.
Okay. Would the image have covered areas of interest, for example, where canvassing would have been done and searching would have been done?
Yes.
All right. So the entry, how does it appear? Is it simply a descriptor?
Yes, it just says 6:49 a.m. eastbound.
All right. Then we're at the Walmart, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, now, I'll talk with you about the Walmart video footage, but let's continue that path of travel if we could. Is that vehicle picked up on any video surveillance cameras after it leaves the Walmart?
Yes.
What's the first camera it's picked up on?
As it's leaving the lot, it's quickly picked up back on that First Central State Bank at 7:10 a.m.
What direction is it traveling?
westbound.
Is it picked up on the video surveillance cameras at Posh Farms?
It is.
What time is it traveling westbound on Highway 30?
7:15 a.m.
Okay, and then as it continues traveling westbound on Highway 30 and before it gets to Highway 61, is it actually picked up at another location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
DeWitt Travel Center at 7:26 a.m.
Where is the DeWitt Travel Center?
Just on the south side of DeWitt.
Okay, so what time does it travel westbound past the DeWitt Travel Center?
7:26 a.m.
And then, do we have that vehicle ever going back south on 61?
We do.
Where's it picked up at?
Again, on mile marker 124.
Is there an image showing it going past mile marker 124 traveling southbound?
There is.
And what time then does it travel southbound past mile marker 124?
7:52 a.m.
Okay. Detective Obert, where is mile marker 124 relative to our more rural communities as you travel out of town? You know, we've got Eldridge, Long Grove, Parkview. Where's it located at relative to those communities?
It's in between Eldridge and Davenport.
All right. And would that be before the LeClaire Road exit that would take you into Eldridge?
That's correct.
All right. Go ahead and take your seat.
Ms. Cunningham, I think we'll take our afternoon break at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you. Detective Obert, what I'd like to do is go back then to activity before he traveled out of town and headed into Clinton. Now, by virtue of information that was provided in an interview of Andrea Culberson, did her statement correlate with a path of travel taken by Mr. Dinkins before he headed out and was documented going past mile marker 124 at 6:11 a.m.?
Not through any interview or anything that I conducted with her. It was just that that the defendant arrived at the apartment, picked up Detorius, and left.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then the time frame that we were working with, if he, that Impala's traveling down Highway 61 going north at 6:11 a.m., was there a specific time that could be provided as to when Mr. Dinkins got back to the apartment and picked Detorius up?
Sometime prior to that. I mean, so there's video footage of the Impala at 5:55 a.m. near the, it would appear as if it's possibly leaving from the apartment complex, and through video surveillance and cell phone records, it appears that the defendant makes a loop back to the apartment complex.
Okay. What is the first location that his vehicle is picked up at where it appears that he's left the apartment complex?
5:55 a.m., which is at the Quick Star, 2000 block of East 53rd Street.
And then what two major north-south streets does that Quick Star lie between?
The two main ones would be Eastern Avenue and Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Relative to Jersey, would it be to the east or west of Jersey?
It'd be to the west of Jersey.
And then relative to Eastern, would it be?
Be to the east of Eastern.
And which side of 53rd does it lie on?
North side.
The north side. All right. Then from there, were you able to determine a path of travel based on additional video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. Describe.
In the 6100 block of Eastern Avenue, we have the vehicle going northbound on Eastern. This is captured from a residence at 6138 Judson Circle, and that's at 5:57 a.m.
5:57. Yep. And then after it passes that location, well, what direction is it traveling on Eastern?
North.
Okay. What major street would it be heading toward once it passed that residence on Judson Court, heading north on Eastern?
It'd be Veterans Memorial.
Okay. And then where is it picked up next traveling?
Southbound on Jersey Ridge Road in the 5900 block. This was captured from a residence at Woodland Avenue, 5915 Woodland, and that was at approximately 5:59 a.m.
Okay. Does that video camera face?
5:59 a.m.
Does that video surveillance camera face out onto Jersey?
It does.
Okay. For purposes of our written record, can you use Veterans Memorial Parkway to travel from Eastern back east toward Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. And then when is it picked up next?
It would be northbound off that same camera at 5915 Woodland Avenue, heading north at 6:05 a.m.
And then from there, then the next camera that it would be picked up on would be what?
6:11 a.m. on mile marker 124.
Okay. Now, Andrea Culberson had testified that when Mr. Dinkins had picked up Detorius, he had left with a bag of the children's clothing. She had him take his cell phone and then called him back because there was another bag that children's clothing was in. And so he returned to the apartment. That path of travel that you've described through that video surveillance footage from those three locations, would that be consistent with the testimony provided by Andrea Culberson?
That would be.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you State's Exhibit 62, and specifically, I want you to look at page 14 of that exhibit. Again, had you reviewed this CAS survey that Special Agent Fennerin completed for the defendant's phone records?
Yes.
All right, on page 14, as far as locations where Mr. Dinkins' cell phone was being plotted, the locations of where it's being plotted, is it consistent with the path of travel that you've described based on the camera at the Quick Star on 53rd, the camera for Judson that faces out onto Eastern, and then the other camera, Woodland Avenue, right?
Yes.
That faces out onto Jersey Ridge.
It does match that, yes.
Okay? Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Okay. Describe what we're seeing on page 14 of this exhibit. And if you could take the pointer and then just look back on the screen to walk us through that. Where's 2744 East 53rd Street? And is there a number beside it?
Yes, it's labeled, there's a number below it that has 1.
All right. From there,
The motion, I mean, the arrows are indicating then it's towards west on 53rd, and then the next direction is north on Eastern.
and then from there?
It's a Veterans Memorial, and then heads back east on Veterans Memorial, and then south on Jersey Ridge Road.
All right. And then when you go back to that video surveillance footage, do we see it then traveling back north on Jersey Ridge?
We do.
All right. The numbering there, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is that consistent with the path of travel that you noted in the video surveillance footage?
It is consistent, yes.
Detective Obert, after those locations were plotted in the telephone records provided by Mr. Dinkins' service provider, do we see that phone hitting off any cell phone towers on Highway 61?
No.
Do we see that cell phone hitting off any cell phone towers as that vehicle turns onto Highway 30 and heads east into Clinton?
No.
Other than the pinging there at the Walmart, do we see that a phone hitting off any cell phone towers as it travels west on Highway 30 out of town?
No.
Do we see that cell phone hitting any towers at all as it travels south back on 61?
No.
And then at what point are we able to determine the location of that phone once again?
It's at approximately 8:08 a.m., and it's southwest part of Davenport.
If you could go down to our diagram and show us what area you are talking about. And that would be State's Exhibit 38. Describe the area that you're pointing to.
There's I-280.
Don't take me there, just tell me the area generally, and then we'll walk a path.
Southwest part of Davenport, and it's lined by the Mississippi River.
Okay, would that be in the area of Credit Island?
Yes,
And would that be in the area of Schmidt Road?
it would be.
Okay. Now, if you're going south on Highway 61, is there a major interstate that runs east and west that an individual can then access and travel around what would be our westernmost border of Scott County? Show us where I-80 is located on the diagram. Okay? So if you travel west on our diagram, if you're standing looking at it, where would it be located? Okay. And would that be to the left side of the exhibit?
Yes.
Now, as you continue west on 80, is there a north-south thoroughfare that runs along Davenport's western border?
There is.
What is that?
I-280.
Can you please show us? Okay. If you travel then south on 280, will that take you down to the area of River Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you get off of 280 and access the area of River Drive?
Yes.
Okay. For purposes of discussion, during this period of time, was there any construction going on down in that area along River Drive?
There was, and it's on the map as well.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. We'll talk about that. Describe the construction work that was going on during that period of time.
It was at the intersection of River Drive and Rockingham Road.
Okay. And so if you got off of Highway 280 to access River Drive, could you drive straight along River Drive toward Credit Island, or would you have to take another route around that?
You'd have to take a detour around that.
Okay. Can you describe a detour that would be taken that was consistent with cell phone activity that was picked up for Mr. Dinkins' phone at 8:08?
The only thing I can speak on or will speak on is that there is a possibility to get onto Concord eventually and then head north towards Rockingham Road. And at the Hy-Vee on Rockingham, 3019 Rockingham Road, there is video surveillance that shows a maroon Chevy Impala north on Concord and then east on Rockingham.
All right. Let's just set the stage for that area of town for the time being, and then we're going to come back to that when we discuss further contact that you had with DL at the apartment complex. All right. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86, consisting of 3 discs.
Could you wait just a moment, Ms. Cunningham? Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. My court reporter and I just had to discuss the real time that I'm utilizing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 86 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 86?
Walmart surveillance video footage.
Okay. Is this for the Walmart in Clinton?
Yes.
All right. I had a thought. Let's address this and we'll go back to it. Detective Obert, if an individual wanted to purchase Clorox and they lived in the Jersey Meadow apartment complex, is there a location where they could very quickly go to purchase Clorox?
There's a Walmart within a mile and a half from from where the defendant was staying at the apartment complex.
Okay, and so therefore, would there be any need to go to Clinton County to purchase Clorox?
No, there's 3 Walmarts within a 10-mile radius of that apartment complex before you have to get to Clinton for another Walmart.
All right, going back to State's Exhibit 86, what is it?
It is the Clinton Walmart surveillance video footage.
Okay, how many discs are within that particular exhibit?
There are 3.
Okay. Does this exhibit capture activity in the parking lot related to the maroon Chevy Impala and Mr. Dinkins during the early morning hours of July 10th?
That is correct.
And does it also capture activity of Mr. Dinkins when he approached the store and entered it?
Yes.
Does it capture his activity inside the store?
Yes,
And then does it also capture activity involving his departure?
it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit Number 86.
Exhibit 86 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I play portions of these discs?
You may.
Okay. Are there a number of different camera angles for the parking lot at the Walmart store in Clinton?
There are.
Okay. Now, I'm going to play this first video. And if you could. Yeah. Describe what it is that we need to look for. As you do that, is it giving us a date?
It does, I can point to it. Which is Friday, July 10th, 2020, and then 6:49 a.m. as it's counting.
All right. When generally does Mr. Dinkins first enter the parking lot in that maroon Chevy Impala?
It's going to be coming up here shortly, right before 6:50.
Okay, and then can you give us a sense of what direction it will be coming into the parking lot?
I can point to it on the screen.
Is that the maroon Chevy Impala that's coming in?
That is.
Okay.
Come
and-
from the top right to the left of the screen.
All right. And then the time generally would be what?
6:50.
Okay. Okay. Now, is there feed that shows us approaching the Walmart?
Like if the person was to walk on foot and enter the business?
Well, yeah, and we're probably going to be more circumspect, but will we see him approaching and waiting at doors for the store?
Yes.
Okay. Is the store open at this point in time?
Not before 7 a.m., no.
Detective Obert, what do we have here right now?
It is the one of the general entrances to the business. Camera views. It's 6:59 a.m. right now. We see the defendant standing near two other people in line waiting to go into Walmart.
Okay. I know that we're not showing all views, but when he got there originally, was he able to get into the store?
No, he approached the store at approximately 6:51, went to both general entrances, and returned back to his vehicle
Okay.
and left.
And then did he come back into the parking lot?
He did,
Okay. And what time would he headed back into the parking lot?
at approximately 6:58.
All right. So then is this the second time that he's approached the doors to enter the business?
It is.
All right. When are customers finally able to get into the store?
From this angle, the defendant tries to go up to the door closer and ends up just walking over to the other entrance. So we're not sure what time these people were able to enter, but we know he used the other door, and he was eventually able to get in around 7:04 a.m.
How is Mr. Dinkins dressed?
Gold shoes, appears to be the same shorts that we had him, that he was wearing when he came down to the police station, white t-shirt, and then black do-rag.
Okay, so still he has those gold shoes.
That is correct.
Are we past the 7 o'clock hour at this point?
We are.
Where are we at?
7:01 a.m.
Where are we at relative to our time frame?
7:03 a.m., which would have been the approximate time of that phone ping in Clinton.
When you watched video surveillance footage, was there any footage that ever picked up the vehicle traveling at a point where we could see through that front windshield?
That was when he was leaving the lot for the first time at approximately 6:54 a.m. There was a passenger.
Okay, and then for purposes of our written record, what just happened?
The subject went up to the door, the defendant went up to the door, and then now has moved over to another entrance to try to gain access into the business.
Okay. The frame that we're playing, what is it numbered as?
2.
Okay, now let's jump over to frame 4. Let's go ahead and set up frame 4. Tell me what we're going to see in frame 4.
It should be the other entrance to the Walmart and eventually show the defendant being able to enter the business.
Okay. Where are we at on our counter?
7:04 a.m. There, the defendant just entered the business shortly before 7:05 a.m.
All right. I'm getting a little help from my younger assistant here. All right. And then what time did he enter the store?
Just a little bit before 7:05 a.m.
All right. Now, we're going to jump over to another video segment. Is there a segment that will show where he goes in the store and makes a selection?
It does.
Okay. What video are we going to be playing as far as the number?
8.
Okay. All right. Where are we at in the store now?
Just from the view of the video footage, it looks like there's cleaning supplies along the left aisle, and then looks like some clothing on the right of the screen.
Has Mr. Dinkins come into view yet?
He's just now coming into view on the top part of the screen, and he has a cart with him, and he's walking over towards the cleaners section.
Okay, what was the time?
7:06.
What is Mr. Dinkins doing at this point in time?
He's placing 2 bottles of Clorox bleach into his cart.
Okay. What was the size of those bottles of Clorox bleach?
81 ounces each.
And were those smaller in sizes compared to the bleach that was found in the apartment of Andrea Culberson?
It was the same size.
Okay. And did Ms. Culberson ever describe the defendant bringing any bottles of bleach back to the apartment that day?
It was never mentioned in any testimony or any interviews that I had with her.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go out of this one right here. We'll just escape. All right, now, is there a view of the transaction when he purchases those items?
There is.
Okay? And then as far as the video feed that we're going to be playing, what number is assigned to that?
12.
Where is the purchase made from?
Self-checkout.
What time are we looking at on our counter right now?
It's approaching 7:08 a.m.
For a written record, what is Mr. Dinkins doing?
He has scanned 1 bottle of bleach, but from the receipt we can tell that he scans it twice to pay for 2 bottles
And then how does he pay for it?
with cash.
And is that consistent with what we noted on the receipt itself?
Yes.
And then what time generally is he taking the receipt and completing this transaction?
I'm almost at 7:09 a.m.
All right. Okay. Detective Obert, we had conducted a review of this footage last night for purposes of playing it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what video segment would show the Chevy Impala passing under camera where it would have picked up DL in the vehicle? Today, for some reason, things don't seem to be working out quite right.
You would go back to the DPD file. No, sorry, go back to the DPD parking lot.
Gotcha?
And then it would be there's a still shot of it, but then it should be number 8.
Number 8?
Yep.
Okay, so let's play number 8. And this would be under the file that's denoted DPD parking lot?
Yes, this is it when he first comes and leaves the business.
What is the time on our counter here?
6:54 a.m.
Has he already left the store that first time when he wasn't able to get in?
This is now showing the Impala leaving before he could get in the store.
And as we look at it, does it show?
It shows a passenger, appears to be black male, or, yeah.
All right. After this, is that where we then observed him coming back into the parking lot that second time that you've described?
Yeah, at approximately 6:57 a.m.
Thank you. Detective Obert, did you determine the distance between mile marker 124 to a location there in Clinton where Mr. Dinkins in that maroon Chevy Impala was seen traveling past?
Yes, so two focal points I focused on was the mile marker 124 and Posh Farms on Lincoln Way / Highway 30. And his travel took, on the way there, 32 minutes. Me driving it personally myself, going the speed limit, it took me 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Google Maps also puts it at roughly 22 minutes.
All right, so we're talking about 10 minutes longer in his trip from mile marker 124 before he's shown up at the video for Posh Farms?
That is correct.
All right. Go to our whiteboard and write that up there. Just up there in that left corner where we've got a bit of an open space.
The amount of time it took him.
Yeah. Going north. Yeah. Yeah. Now, did you then look at the time when he was traveling west past Posh Farms to the time that he got back to mile marker 124 coming south back to town?
That is correct.
What was that travel time?
37 minutes.
Write that down. And what was your travel time when you traveled the speed limit?
22 minutes.
Write that down. Okay, go ahead and take your seat. I want to take you back to State's Exhibit 38. Were you involved in the investigation with the recovery of Breasia Terrell's remains?
I was.
Okay, show us on State's Exhibit 38 where her remains were located. Using Highway 61 and the exit going onto Highway 30 into Clinton, how much further north would you travel on Highway 61 to get to the location where her remains were located?
Approximately 5 miles.
5 miles. Go ahead and take your seat. So, for a 22-minute trip, how much additional time was there on the trip out?
For the defendant was 10 minutes.
Is that 10 minutes unaccounted for?
Yes.
On the trip back, how much additional time did it take?
15 minutes.
Was that 15 minutes unaccounted for?
That is correct.
Okay. When DL was interviewed, did DL describe any awareness of his father having acquired bleach?
Through interviews with other detectives, that's what was disclosed.
All right. Were you involved in a trip that was taken with DL where they went up to the Clinton County area?
I was not involved in that car ride. That was Sergeant Pfeiffer and Detective Hammis.
Okay. Now, were you involved in a car ride with DL on July 10th?
Yes.
Through that car ride, was DL able to show locations where he and his father had traveled to after they got back into town, and Aisha Langford was notified that Breasia was missing?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 15-1 and 15-2. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 15-1 and 15-2. Do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
There were Google Map printouts that I put together marking those travel times and what I just explained about how long it would take to travel that mile marker 124 to that Posh Farms.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit. Give me a moment, Your Honor. I may need to correct the record. What we're going to do. Write this down. We're just going to put, okay, so location. Gotcha. So number 153. Oh, here we go, yeah. Your Honor, may I correct our record to have the exhibits read 153-1 and 153-2? Okay, and Liz, can you put that down?
You may proceed.
Again, let's go back over that. Looking at State's Exhibit 153-1 and 153-2, just to reset the stage, what is that group exhibit?
153-1 is the Google Maps printout of the time it would take to travel from mile marker 124 to Posh Farms. Past it.
And then State's Exhibit 153-2.
This would be the same route, but it would include stopping near where Breasia remains were found and then to Posh Farms.
Okay. Your Honor, the State will move to introduce those exhibits.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
If you factored in a trip to the location where Breasia Terrell's remains were located on the trip out, would that account for that additional 10 minutes of time?
It could, yes.
Okay. If you were to factor into the equation a trip out to the location of her remains after the Clorox had been purchased, would that account for the additional 15 minutes?
It could.
Okay. Now let's go back to the Davenport Police Department. We're back on July 10th, and we're at the point in time where you are speaking with DL. Is there another detective who is with you when you're having conversations with DL?
Detective Hammis eventually, I spoke with DL briefly by myself, and then I went back in, and Detective Hammis began speaking with DL.
Okay. What would have been the substance of the conversation that you and Detective Hammis were having with DL?
About the events that unfolded from when they were with the defendant up until he arrived at the apartment with his mother and the police officer was present.
Okay. Was there a discussion about events up in Walmart or in Clinton?
On that day, no.
Okay, on a later date, was there?
On a later date, there was, yes.
Okay. At any rate, on July 10th then, was there a discussion where DL then talked about what happened when they returned to town?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do to understand what the 8-year-old was communicating?
We had him come with us in a CID vehicle, and we drove down to the southwest portion of Davenport and had him pick out places that looked familiar that he possibly was with when the defendant stopped.
What was the variable that made you choose to go down to the southwest portion of Davenport?
The defendant's motor home being down in that area.
Okay. Describe then your path of travel when you left the Davenport Police Department and who was a part of that trip, if you will.
It was myself, Detective Hammis, and DL. We went on 4th Street and then went towards Division Street and then south on Division Street towards Rockingham. After south towards Rockingham, then we continued west on Rockingham Road, drove past Burger King and went out towards River Drive, and then went down Concord onto River Drive and back.
Okay. Where is the Burger King located that you've mentioned?
It's near Schmidt Road and Rockingham Road.
And what is the relationship of the Burger King to the Hy-Vee there on Rockingham Road?
It's roughly a mile east of the Hy-Vee.
Okay. So then describe what locations you were directed to. And as I ask that question, the locations that the child identified, did that form the basis for any canvassing of locations that would have video surveillance cameras affixed to the structures?
DL pointed out Credit Island, and we did do video surveillance canvassing of that area and then also of the area where the defendant's motorhome was.
Okay. Did the child recognize Schmidt Road when you traveled past it?
Not one way, but then initially a different way. He was able to recognize it.
All right. Did the child describe what occurred when he was down in that area of town with his father after they returned from Clinton?
In regards to the Credit Island, he said he saw his dad parked just after entering Credit Island, and he walked out towards a muddy wooded area to wipe off a knife.
All right. And then from there, after his father had walked out to a muddy, wooded area to wipe off a knife, where did the child describe the two of them going?
To the motorhome.
Okay. And did the child describe anything happening there at the motorhome?
I can't recollect exactly what would, besides that they went in there briefly and then left.
All right. Was there anything about that mobile home that then became a point of interest in looking for evidence?
It did.
What was that?
A machete that was located on microwave inside of the RV.
Okay. And what was it about the machete when it was seized through a search warrant that was noted?
There was some sort of cloth or fiber stuck in the teeth throughout the machete.
Okay. Given those two locations then, was there video surveillance footage that was collected down in that area of town?
There was.
Okay? Describe those locations and the relevance of those locations either to Credit Island or the RV at 743 Schmidt Road.
There's one video we recovered that shows the entrance of Credit Island. That's Sarah Lowe's residence, which is 2358 West River Drive. There is Jack's Brake and Alignment. That is 2160 West River Drive. It captures north and southbound traffic on Schmidt Road, right near where you would enter to the defendant's motorhome lot. There's also Devon's Self-Storage. That is for approximately a block east of Jack's Brake and Alignment, and that different camera views include River Drive and then also points north, and two of the camera angles capture portions of the lot that the defendant's motorhome was parked in.
Okay? And then beyond that, were there two other businesses more toward the northern end of Schmidt Road and on Rockingham?
Yes, the other business that we recovered video from that we thought was of evidentiary value was the Hy-Vee at 3019 Rockingham Road, and then also Purina, which is just north of the lot where the defendant's motorhome is parked. And that camera angle captures both traffic on Schmidt Road and traffic on Rockingham Road.
Okay, let's go back to State's Exhibit 38 so that we've got a bit of a perspective. As you look at State's Exhibit 38, show us where Credit Island is at. And then I'm just going to adjust your microphone. Stand off to the side if you could, and we'll just move that microphone over here so that you can speak into it. All right. Where is Credit Island?
Right here, it's on the southwest portion of this map.
All right. Where is Sarah Lowe's residence located in relation to the entry onto Credit Island?
Just because of how far it's kind of zoomed out, it's going to be kind of in this area.
Okay.
I thought we had a different one that we could, yep, go ahead.
Will we get a different perspective on a different exhibit?
Yes.
All right. But for purposes of this perspective, is there a drive that you turn off onto from River Drive when you go into Credit Island?
West River Drive is where you gain access to Credit Island.
Okay. Is Sarah Lowe's residence right there on River Drive?
It is.
If you were standing, or if you're sitting there at that drive into Credit Island, but actually facing north, as if you're going to turn either east or west onto River Drive, which side of River Drive is Sarah Lowe's residence located on?
To the west.
No, which side of River Drive? The north or southern portion?
North portion
Okay.
of River Drive.
And then Credit Island is located on which side of River Drive?
South.
And then her residence, is it to the east or the west from that access point, either going into Credit Island or exiting Credit Island?
It's west.
Okay. How many structures down, would you say?
Approximately 4
Okay.
buildings or houses, and then there's also a bait shop.
Okay. What is the location where her camera is affixed on her residence?
It points from the residence to the southeast.
Okay. And then what activity would it pick up relative to Credit Island?
Vehicles entering and exiting Credit Island.
All right. Now, let's talk about Schmidt Road. Schmidt Road, is it to the east or west of that access point onto Credit Island?
East.
If you were at Schmidt and River Drive, what's the distance from Schmidt to that access point onto Credit Island?
Within a minute, maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds.
Okay. Let's talk about a track. Did you run track growing up?
Yes.
All right. If you were to think about the single lap around a track, how many meters or yards would that be?
400 meters.
Okay. And then if you were to compare the distance of, if you were to turn from Schmidt Road, heading west on River Drive to get to that entry point onto Credit Island, what would you estimate it to be?
Approximately that.
Okay, so it's just a short distance?
Yes.
All right. If you turn onto Schmidt Road from River Drive, Jack's breaking alignment. Is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road.
And then how close to River and Schmidt?
It's at the corner.
It's at the corner. This video surveillance camera affixed to that building, is it action motivated or a constant feed?
Constant feed, but it downloads in different time frame of clips.
The camera at Sarah Lowe's residence, is it action motivated, motion activated, there we go, my goodness, I'm getting tired, or a constant feed?
Constant feed.
All right. Devon Self-Storage, what would be its location?
It would be further east of Jack's breaking alignment.
Okay. And would it be on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
It would be on the east side of Schmidt Road, but it mostly shares West River Drive.
All right. The parking lot that the RV was parked in, what relationship does it have to Devon Self-Storage?
It is to the northwest from that building.
Okay, northwest. All right. At Devon Self-Storage, is the video surveillance camera a constant feed or motion activated?
That one is motion activated.
All right, and then if you've turned onto Schmidt Road from River Drive, what direction would you be heading up Schmidt Road?
North.
Okay. Where is Purina located there on Schmidt Road?
At the corner of Schmidt Road and Rockingham.
And then is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road.
And then our Hy-Vee, what's its location relative to Purina?
Relative to Purina, again, I'm estimated to be about a mile west of that location on Rockingham Road.
Okay, and then on Rockingham Road, is it located on the south or north side of Rockingham Road?
It's on the south side of Rockingham Road.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. Your Honor, would it be a good time to stop since we've laid that foundation before we get into the specific details?
That would be fine with the court. We'll be in adjournment until Monday morning. And is there a request as to what time we start on Monday morning?
9:30 would be great. Court would indulge us.
Any issue with that, Ms. Cunningham?
No, the state understands that counsel has to travel.
All right. We'll be in adjournment until Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you, Your
weekend.
Honor.